coming off the back of doing a bonus stream as well. We did a bonus stream where we actually was doing the SummerSlam kickoff show, which was really fun, actually. I must admit, I didn't quite know what to expect, but it was really, really fun. So, yeah, I appreciate everyone that joined us. It was great to see so many people around over the weekends. And now here we are back with Raw, getting our teeth into this week's episode. Now, you know where we always go. You know where we always start. We always make our way over to the preview. So let's do that. Although I've got to tell you, again, there's not much of a preview. I think majority of this is going to be fallout from the weekend. So, LA Knight is going one-on-one with Jacob. And I've heard that, I think, is it Seth that is going to open the show? So Seth is believed to be on this show. Obviously, all your big hitters I would be expecting to be around, although saying that, I'm not sure about Roman. I'm not sure about Brock. I would be expecting to see Oba. I'd be expecting to see Seth. I'd be expecting to see Liv and EO. So, you know, we're going to get all of those. We're only a couple of weeks out from SummerSlam now. So I'd be expecting to see all of those. So we're probably going to get a fair few segments. Hopefully we're going to get things that are going to float our boat. And as well as that, we've got these matches. So LA Knight going one-on-one with Jacob Fatu. Penta joins forces with Chad Gable. He's taking on Ethan Page and Rusev. So that feud's still sort of like rumbling along a little bit, but we know that at SummerSlam it's Penta against Chad. So you know what that makes this? Yeah, it makes it a can they coexist match. That's what it makes it. Can Penta and Chad coexist just 2 weeks away from their big match at SummerSlam? Yay! So there we go. That is the preview. Mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Amazing stuff. So, yeah, a lot of it is just going to be fallout from the weekend. I thought the SummerSlam kickoff show was pretty good. For those of you that have not watched it or didn't see it, it was honestly worth a watch. We got Gunther, Nick Aldis made official by Triple H. We had some Danhausens running on stage. We had casual Oba. He'd been meeting a lot of fans, so he was in like jeans and a t-shirt. He said, right now, you're getting casual Oba, you're getting hugging babies Oba, but at SummerSlam, you're going to get the ruler. And blah, 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 off he went again. We had Heyman, obviously, he interrupted Heyman. We had a little bit of argy-bargy towards the end as well between CM Punk and Cody Rhodes. There's a bit of a misunderstanding between them, right? So CM Punk hit Cody in the face with the belt at Saturday night's main event, and they're really making a big deal out of this. Cody said he's embarrassed by how he reacted, but he's not apologizing for it because he kind of went off on CM Punk backstage. And so CM Punk came out and he was like, listen, this is all getting a bit heated, you know? We should maybe dial this down, but you know, but it didn't. It just kept getting like more and more animated, and they were shouting. And you know, I think he ended up pushing Cody in the face, and then we had to get some security out. It kind of ended that way. Ended a little bit with a whimper, but there was enough there within an hour that felt like it was worth tuning in for. So we had Penta and Chad face to face as well, but nothing really came of that. They're both baby faces. There was a lot of respect. Triple H came out and pointed out a lookalike in the crowd. That was good. He came out. He was like, have you all seen this guy over here? Triple H was like, I'm actually growing my hair through, but sadly, sir, it doesn't look like you can do the same. We had bald on bald violence. Yeah, that's what we got. We had a bald man having a pop at another bald man, and I was doing a watch-along for it. Yeah, it made me feel alive. So that was yesterday. Obviously, most of you will have joined us for Saturday night's main event. I thought that was a good show. We did the breakdown for it after. Honestly, I think there's some good stuff going on at the moment. I'm feeling quite engaged with WWE. I'm feeling quite positive about it. I'm feeling quite good about it. I think it's important that when there is some good stuff, some green shoots, and things happening that you are genuinely excited about. I think it's important that we share that excitement, because it's so easy to share the negativity, and it's so easy to be like down and like this sucks and that sucks. And I'm sure we're going to get into things that suck, because there's still things that suck. But I don't know, there's some good stuff going on right now as well. I'm definitely here for Gunther versus Nick Aldis. That is no problem whatsoever. I saw like Brian Alvarez complain about how Nick had given Gunther an opportunity and then took the opportunity away for him to get into the championship match, and that it was dumb because he didn't have that opportunity in the first place. So you're only taking away something that you've only just given him. You've just given him an opportunity, and now you've just took it away. But what I would say in response to that was that it was hope. He gave Gunther hope. Gunther had a way towards the championship. He just had to win that tag match. So, yeah, he did give him something on Friday that was then taken away on the Saturday. What he gave him was he got his hopes up so that he could really stick the knife in when he betrayed him and turn on him and all of that. So I don't think it's that stupid, personally. I don't think that that's a bad thing. I get why he's done it. I like Brian Alvarez as well. I just thought that he was a bit off on that one, because he was sort of saying it's stupid because Gunther didn't have an opportunity. Then he got given one on the Friday, only for it to get taken away on the Saturday, and that was dumb. And I was like, no, I don't agree. You've given him hope on Friday that he can make it to the championship at SummerSlam, and then you've took it away from him. Like, Gunther's going to be livid now, and understandably, and Sammy is going to be livid now, and understandably. In fact, Sammy's going to be really interesting. A lot of people have been asking what next for Sammy. We don't know. Might be something to do with Johnny. I don't think it'll be a triple threat or anything like that, but you could understand Sammy being livid with Nick Aldis as well. So, I don't know, man. There's some interesting stuff here. I'm interested to see where it's all going, where it's all going to lead to. And, yeah, I mean, what's Candice and Johnny going to say? How are they going to react to what's happened? Because they were really rooting for Sammy. They even went up to Gunther, didn't they, on Friday and said, don't ruin this for us. For us? Like, we're all in the same boat. Don't ruin this for us. So, yes. Anyway, let's get to a few thoughts, see what people are saying. Ethan said, hope you're doing well. Do we think we see a heel turn with Cody or Punk? Not before SummerSlam. Maybe at SummerSlam. But I don't expect to see one from Punk. Cody, difficult, isn't it? Because I think we're at the point now where, for me personally, we can do it and I'm fine with it. I feel like we've done a couple of years now, just over a couple of years since he won at WrestleMania 40. And, you know, we're starting to see that backlash. We've seen it for a while now online. It has not made its way into the arenas, though. You know, he keeps going different place to different place and still gets really great reactions. The only time the reactions tend to get negative is depending on the feud is in. And also, if it's the IWC, you know, the reactions for Cody at SummerSlam might actually not be that great, because obviously there's going to be quite a large IWC presence. I think actually you get quite a big casual fan presence as you go from different state to state. But when you get to like WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, that's where the hardcores tend to gather. So, I don't know. I'm not sure that I do see either turning heel at the moment. I think next for CM Punk will be Damian. I think CM Punk retains. I think that he could go into a little thing with Damian with that South American tour coming up. They teased a little backstage moment. And then in regards to Cody, I could see Randy getting involved. Randy's been away. I could see Randy getting involved at SummerSlam. And then that takes us into Cody, Randy, and Randy would be the heel. So I don't see Cody turning either. So at the moment, no. I think they're probably going to keep them both babyface. Aki said, did you see the tweet that Jacob put out about his match with LA Knight? In storyline, he's refusing to show up. Okay, I didn't actually. So that's interesting. Let's see. I mean, let's see if he turns up. James, hello. Hope you're doing well. William, bet the kids are excited, Casey. Oh, is Casey around? Hello, Casey, if you're around. Benito said, Daze, if I was booking the finals of the World Cup, I would have had both teams go penalty kicks. Spain about to win when Yamal looks at Messi and says, I'm sorry, I love you, and then scores the winner. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. That would have been a lot more interesting than what we did end up getting, which was largely violence. That's what we did end up getting. Kevin said, what is the reaction days of England third place in the World Cup? Anger, disappointment, sadness. What other words have we got? All of that frustration, confusion. These are my reactions. The third place match meant less than the kickabout I had down the park 20 years ago. France changed their defence, didn't seem to care in the first half. England did. England 4-0 at halftime. If that was a real game that meant something, there is no way England are 4-0 up against France at halftime. Zero chance. I think it just sort of, there was people phoning into radio shows over here saying they thought they were watching some sort of charity match. That's how it felt. It felt like they were watching a charity match. And don't get me wrong, as a spectacle, it was fun, right? I understand people watched it and they enjoyed it. France turned up in the second half. They changed their defence, put Dembele on. And as a result, they started battering England. They actually won the second half 4-2, but they could have had more. They hit the post and all this stuff, and they really showed up. So England won the first half 4-0. France won the second half 4-2. But, I mean, that is not how a final would have gone if that had been the World Cup final. If that were, I know people are like, oh, I wish this was the World Cup final. It would not have gone that way. We didn't even start with Bellingham on the field or Kane. We made so many changes. We didn't even have Pickford in goal. Pickford's played the last 33 consecutive games. He didn't even play in this. So anyone saying that this was, anything meaningful, I have to disagree. So, the England team clearly, cared, the ones that were on the pitch, but we didn't care enough to put our strongest 11 out, and neither did France. So, yeah, it's disappointing, honestly. Tuchel was brought in for one job, and that was to, get England to the World Cup final, to, finally bring that trophy home again. And it's easier said than done. But, man, when you're 1-0 up against Argentina and you are winning, and there's still only, 10 minutes to go of normal time, we were winning in the 80th minute, 84th minute. They score, I think, 85th. Oh, and the retreat in that England did has upset so many people. And now, word on the street is that Pep Guardiola, one of the great managers of all time, former Man City, he's available. Italy are speaking with him. And so now there's confusion because there's people here going, should we sack off Thomas Tuchel to see if we could get Pep Guardiola? Because Pep Guardiola is him. He's the guy. He's the person you would want. So the conversation over here is not one of celebration and joy and all this. The conversation over here is, should we get rid of the manager? Should we get rid of the manager? Should we bring Pep Guardiola in? And yeah, that's kind of a breaking story because we didn't know if he was interested, but apparently the Italian FA have had words with him. So quite a lot going on in the world of football, but I think we can agree it's been a really fun World Cup. Connor said, do we think we get Tom Brady against Logan Paul happening at WrestleMania in Saudi? I don't think so. I think apparently they're in talks. So if they are going to do anything, I wondered if it might be a little summer at SummerSlam, actually. I mean, SummerSlam's a couple of weeks away. It's a massive show. Tom Brady being added to that card, I wouldn't do anything for me. It's certainly not a match I'm interested in, but you could put it in that first hour and certainly get some views. Couldn't you? Tom Brady stepping into a WWE ring. I mean, I get it. So yeah, I don't know if they're looking to do that. I don't know if that's a bit too soon, whatever, but I don't know. I mean, there was a bit of pushing and shoving and stuff going off at Fanatics Fest. So to me, and there was rumors about him being used at WrestleMania as well. So I don't know. I don't know where it's going. I don't think WrestleMania though. That feels a bit too far away. King Gamer said, would it be smart for TKO to bring back a live venue restaurant for the fans like WWF New York, or would the rent and operation cost be too much? Be way too much. You wouldn't be able to do it in New York. There's maybe a question, could you do it somewhere else? But New York was a massive, massive failure. They lost millions on that. So, and it would only get worse now, wouldn't it? The rent would only be even higher. You can make the argument wrestling is not even as popular as it was back then. And because, you know, around that period, it was coming out of the Attitude Era, coming out of Attitude Era into Ruthless Aggression. I feel like now with streaming and YouTube and TikTok and all of this stuff, there's so much that's taking people's attention that everything's just sort of got watered down. Like things now are a bit more niche than they used to be. You know, wrestling really was front and center in pop culture during the Attitude Era. And it's just so hard to see that ever being the case again because of the fact that there's just so much now that's trying to get your attention. You know, back in the day, you would go to Blockbusters and you'd have a look on the shelves to find a film, and then you'd rent a film. Now you can just turn on Netflix and just watch whatever, you know. You could watch several films in a night. Back then, you'd rent one or two. Now you could just binge every day, all day, every day, and just watch loads of films. So, I mean, Netflix alone is, you know, capable of just taking away people's attention. But then add in Twitch, add in TikTok, add in YouTube, add in just the internet in general, add in, you know, the fact that games have gone from being like 10 hours long, 20 hours long to now 100 plus hours long. I mean, there's just so much stuff competing for your attention that it's so hard to see how a restaurant in New York now would make any kind of money when it didn't even do it back in the day. It lost millions. So the answer to that is a definite no. It would not work. But I don't know about a different location. I don't, because Florida, for example, could you do something in Florida and mix in a Hall of Fame? If you did a WWE restaurant / Hall of Fame in Florida somewhere, would that be successful? I have no way of knowing. I don't know what the rent would be like. I don't know what the expectation for footfall would be like. Like, what's the footfall of the current property? How much would it cost to set up? How much would it cost to run? Without all those numbers, there's absolutely no way of knowing. But what I do know is Times Square, no, it wouldn't work. Definite no. There's news going around about Tom Brady being in conversations. Yep. Chris said, I'm new to this community. Hello, Chris. How you doing, well? Shout out to you, buds. Pep's not going to go to Italy, says Connor. No, but the conversation now is people asking, should we jump in and get him if he is even remotely interested in doing a national team job. You know, he's Spanish. They've just won the World Cup. There's no way they're getting rid of their manager. So if he is looking at doing like international management, I mean, he lives in England. I mean, he's spoken of his love for English football. I mean, it doesn't strike me as a crazy... I think they should have a word. I think they should have and just put the... He might turn around and go, no, I'm not interested. Done. But what if he is interested? Is like... Yeah. I'd have a word with him. Ellis Stubbs said, it'd be like Tom Brady, LA Knight against Logan and Theory. I could see that being maybe November at a Saudi show. Hello, Ellis Stubb. Hope you're doing well, buds. NFL gets millions watching. WWE has got to make a better product, said Saluta. Well, they do. I think that's difficult, though. It's difficult because a better product, it means something different to each of us. We've all got ideas as to where they should go. And the truth is, they probably won't go really... They might give you the odd thing you want, but largely they're not going to give you everything you're looking for. It's really about what they do give you. Is it good enough? And I do genuinely feel where we are right now is better than where we've been for maybe 18 months. I think that Saturday night's main event was fairly well received. I think the SummerSlam card is, pretty well received. We know the ticket sales are slow, but they were slow for WrestleMania. I do genuinely believe there is an economic crisis right now. I mean, I do genuinely believe that the war in Iran, which has pushed up oil prices, and that being on top of a cost of living crisis anyway. I mean, don't forget, when Donald Trump came in, I'm sat here in the UK, the one thing I kept hearing about was that Americans want the price of eggs to come down. And not just eggs, but like that was used as a way of saying just general groceries, essentials, bread, milk, eggs, those kind of things. They're too high. And, you know, Donald Trump was brought in on the promise that he was going to reduce those for Americans. Now, I don't know if he has or he hasn't, right? This is not a political thing. But I'm just saying that if I'm hearing that the basics in America are too expensive, and I'm hearing that gas has gone up because of the war in Iran, and I'm hearing that tourism is down in America for whatever reason, right? I think it's multiple reasons. I don't think there is just one reason. I think it's multiple reasons. One of them being the fact that the struggles you're having in America with your high grocery prices are struggles we are having very much here in Britain and Europe as well. So high food costs and living and high rent and, you know, nights out and how much more all that costs. Like, money is just not as disposable in 2026 as it was even, say, 5 years ago. Like, people just don't have as much spare money as what they did have. So, and don't forget, there's just been a World Cup where they have, if they have spent their money, a lot of people have gone big on that because the prices for that were crazy. So if you're someone that's having to choose, do I go to the World Cup, do I go to WrestleMania, or do I go to SummerSlam? You might have chose the World Cup. You might have chose the World Cup. You might have chose to have bought a hotel, gone with your mates, bought tickets to a group game or whatever, spent money on drinks, you know. You might be Scottish. Your SummerSlam money might have gone towards drinking Boston Dry. So I think there's a lot of reasons why those tickets are slow. I think that you cannot ignore all of that we've just said, because that is the reality of the world that many people are living in. So I do think that's a factor. I do also think, though, that yes, you can't have a bad product for months and months and months and not have, like, you know, it bite you in the backside eventually. So I do think we're seeing green shoots. I do like the SummerSlam cards. I do look forward to Raw. I think consistently it's been about 7 out of 10, 6, 7, 5, 7. Very rare have we ever been in a period where it's like week after week, like 8 out of 10. I don't even know if we've ever been there. I feel like there was times maybe in the Attitude Era or whatever where, you know, we might have done that, but that's not an expectation you can have, that every week is going to be a mind-blowing show. Like, really, it should be every week you go, yeah, that was good, that was worth a watch, that match was good, that match was good, that segment moved things forward, didn't see that coming, yeah, I like it. That should be pretty much the expectation for a Raw and a SmackDown, that it felt worthy of your time. I do think SmackDown going to 2 hours helps. It's going to be a lot easier to give you 2 hours worthy of your time rather than 3 hours worthy of your time. So SmackDown going 2 hours, I think, is helping SmackDown. I think Raw has consistently been getting good ratings from the community. SummerSlam looks decent. Saturday night's main event was well received, apart from the Knicks stuff, which in the opinions video that we did was probably the big negative. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I think we're okay. I don't know what the chatter is out there. I don't know what the average Joe is saying. I do think that negativity breeds negativity. So, and I've fallen in this trap before, right? So this is not me saying I'm better than anyone or holier than anyone, whatever. I'm saying I've done this where you're down and it's just so easy to just like look at everything glass half full. I don't know how I've done it, but somehow I've managed to get my mindset into a glass half empty mindset. And I'm feeling all right about where we are at the moment. Is it mind-blowing? No. But I do think it is better than where we've been. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. Of course there is. And there's several areas that we could definitely look at and improve. Like getting big monster heels going would be definitely one of them. Obviously, a lot of confusion around the women's title. We haven't seen Rhea in a while. Liv hasn't been defending her belt. So if you look at the top two women's championships, they feel very dead at the moment. One due to injury, the other due to not inactivity, but just not being defended. And that feels like an area of weakness, definitely. I think Roman Bloodline is doing fine, and I think his feud with Seth will be good. I think we've done some interesting stuff on the other side with the Cody, Sammy, CM Punk stuff. Gunther Nicoldis is looking good. Penta, I think, is a really good mid-card champion. So thumbs up there. Sol Ruka, I'm still not like sold or blown away. I do like her, but we just need to get some wins. We need to get some momentum. So that feels a little cold to me at the moment. Tiffany feels a bit limited, feels a bit shallow. That feels a bit cold. That could be improved because she's got the mid-card title over on SmackDown. And Trick's got the other one. That feels okay. He's kind of getting into it with Baron Corbin and Carmelo. Triple threat there I wouldn't be down on. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's okay. I'm interested to watch those segments. And then you got tag titles. We just got the belts on Fatal Influence, not down on that. I think we only need one set of men's titles. Chad Gable against Penta should be good. I mean, the Bloodline, yeah, you could maybe do some other bits there. I'll be interested to see what they do on this show. I don't know where Jay has been. Jay's been missing for a little bit, so we need to get him back. So, yeah, Vision, we've sort of dialed it down. I'm not down on that. It wasn't really working. So they've got the tag belts, but I don't know. We're doing something with Maxine. We're doing something with Alpha Academy. People bought and cared about that segment last week. We'll follow up on that this week. So we'll get something more there. So, I mean, there's things that are happening. Could they be a bit more interesting? Yeah. Are they more interesting than where we've been? I would say yes. I would say that we're in a better place overall than where we have been. So, yeah, lots to dig into there that people can kind of pick apart. Navaldo said WWF New York was a vibe, though. Yeah, I mean, you could make the argument that you lose money on it. I mean, not that amount of money. I mean, it became unsustainable. It was an absolute money pit. So, I mean, you can't lose that much money on it. But there is an argument that you lose some money on it because it's worth having and it's good PR. I don't think TKO really sign up to the let's lose money for good PR aspect. So I'm not sure that they would be willing to do that. And certainly not New York. Again, you'd have to run the numbers and see. If you're going to lose a couple of million each year, maybe they would think that it would be worth having around and using and showcasing and, you know, it being a destination for people. But I don't know, even that doesn't... that's how much they paid for WCW back in the day. And WWE World, I believe, was losing a lot more than that. A lot more. So, I'd say it's not going to happen, is it? It's not going to happen. Nick Morgan says, Nick only turned on Gunther after he choked him out, says Nick. Yeah, the story's been good. I'm not down on the story. I don't think Nick has acted out of term or anything. I think that he did overstep the line a little, of course, by interfering in that match. But to be honest, I think that's the only reason that he gave him that. I think, was it James? Someone asked or said, someone said, I don't think Nick was going to give him that opportunity when he got choked out. And I agree. I don't either. I've got the feeling that Nick just made the tag match and that was it. Nick then gets choked out. And then I think what Nick's done is he's like, right, I need to get my revenge. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Adam Pearce to tell Gunther if he wins at Saturday night's main event, he can be added to the championship match. And what I'll do is I'll make sure he doesn't win. I'm going to give him that hope. And then I'm going to embarrass him in front of the world by taking it away. I'm going to get, my revenge. Which is why I'm at odds with what Brian Alvarez. I saw a little short of Brian Alvarez talking. And I really like Brian Alvarez. But I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm sure there's loads of stuff I would say that loads of people would disagree with. We don't all have to agree with everything that we all say. So yeah, whatever. But I didn't mind that story. I really didn't. He gave him hope and he took it away. And he kind of embarrassed him on a big platform. So as a result, we now find ourselves on a collision course, and I'm here for it, man. I think that's a thumbs up. Kieran City fan, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. We just did a member stream. We were just getting into members' comments, which was kind of good fun. Obviously, we got streams all day. Every weekday this week, so lots coming up on the channel. AB said, I was gone longer than a commercial break. I had a calzone interference. AB, I hope you're well. We've got Raw and SummerSlam. Can I get a shout out, said Corey. Corey, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a good day. Deekran said, who have we got? Gunther and Nick. Nick was a good wrestler, but I think he'll lose. Yeah, I think he's losing. Right now, if I was to predict it, I'd say Gunther wins. It's funny. I just had someone asking about, have they done this for Nick or have they done this for Gunther? And I am looking at it from Gunther's point of view because he's the active wrestler. And rumor was that he was meant to be facing Brock and retiring Brock at SummerSlam. And it's obviously not gone that way. So now he's a bit of a loose end, isn't he? So I wonder if Nick has offered himself up to be a victim of this retirement thing. I mean, is it going to be a case, the match was only made yesterday, but is it going to be a case that on one of the forthcoming segments, Gunther is going to tell Nick that he wants him to retire if he beats him? And then he beats him and Nick hangs the boots up. Is this just like they're giving Nick a match on a big stage to end the career, and it gives Gunther heat because people are going to want to see Nick Aldis wrestle, and Gunther's going to take that away from you? It's a guy that wasn't wrestling coming back to wrestling that's then's going to be taken back out of wrestling, right? But is that the story that we're telling? That everyone's going to get behind Nick and they're going to be into this, and Nick being the GM and quite a popular GM, I hope he beats Gunther, but actually Gunther wins. It gets that heat back onto Gunther. It's a match that people are interested in. People are already talking about Nick having a long run, and people are even asking, is he going to win a mid-card title? He could absolutely be coming back just to lose this one match. 100%. He could be coming back for that reason. And WWE will be thrilled if you lot are kind of getting carried away and booking long term, because that means that you want to see more of him. And if Gunther is literally about to take that away, you're probably going to get disappointed. you're probably going to be frustrated and upset. And you're probably going to say, I don't understand why they've done this. Like, he could have had a run. He could have been the Intercontinental Champion. He could have done this. He could have done that. Yeah, well, he could have done all of that stuff over the past few years. And he hasn't been, because WWE have not been interested in using him for those. So you do kind of have to ask the question, why would they be interested in just doing it now if they've had him for years and they've not been doing it? Why would all of a sudden they be interested now, right? So I don't know that this is going to go like, I hope it does. I love Nick Aldis, right? So I'm with you in hoping that it does. But at the moment, it's really hard for me to see past this match. It's really hard to kind of start fantasy booking and going further than that, because I think there is a very, very good chance that they want you to dream about those things and want those things, and they are about to take it all away at SummerSlam. It's going to be one and done. And, Nick leaves his boots in the ring after, and that is him basically ending his career on a pretty big stage and feeding Gunther, if you will. So it'll be interesting, though, if the fans really do rally behind Nick, Could it be that there's a mystery spot at Survivor Series and Nick comes back, right? And it turns out that he's been reinstated by Triple H due to overwhelming fan support. Even if it is a retirement, boots left in the ring, there's maybe a way forward even after that, if the fan support is so loud and the demand is so high that actually WWE are sort of forced to bring him back, We've seen people, Macho Man lost a career-threatening match at WrestleMania 7 and ended up getting reinstated. So, we've seen people lose those type of matches and come back. So, right now, I'm not looking past SummerSlam. I think Gunther, Nick Aldis, it's a match I'm really looking forward to. I think Gunther wins. We're trying to get the heat on him. We're trying to keep that momentum going. We haven't pulled the trigger on him winning a top title. I don't see how him losing to the GM is going to be beneficial. So for that reason, I think he wins. But yeah, I don't know. This has kind of come out of nowhere. There was no word or rumor about this. So as a result, kind of makes it tricky to know exactly what they're doing. So that's part of the fun, though, isn't it? That's part of the journey. Stuart said, do we think that Chad Gable can take the Intercontinental Championship off Penta at SummerSlam? Enjoy Raw tonight, Stuart, and you, buds. Do I think he can do it? Yes, and I think he will. I think it's a shame because I think Penta has been brilliant. I think he's been a really good champion, and I'm not really looking for it to end. I've really enjoyed the Penta run. The great thing about Penta is he defends fairly regular, but also because of him being a luchador, he can go to AAA and defend against that talent, and the crowd love him, right? Now, obviously, Chad's got an interesting relationship with AAA. He could go there, take the belt there. He could apologize to the fans and, maybe win them round. He's certainly going to get a reaction. Chad Gable's not walking out in AAA and it's going to be quiet. He's going to get a reaction, so that's good. Not sure what the reaction's going to be, though, to be honest. But the way that he left was quite classy. When he lost mask versus mask, he revealed who he was. His family were in the ring. Walked up as a broken man, really. He walked up the ramp with his family and left AAA. Now he could come back as a babyface Intercontinental Champion. So, there's still opportunity there to do that. But I just think, look, we've messed around with Chad so much. I don't think he's going to be any hotter than he kind of was coming out of Mask versus Mask. Some people might say that the music's not right. Some people might say that already the hype has died a little bit. To be honest, I think the truth is he's got himself wildly over in Mexico, but not so wildly over in America. And I think part of the problem is that he's coming out to okay reactions, but not thunderous reactions. They are thunderous in Mexico, not so much in America. So, I don't know, man. Maybe a bit more work to be done, but I would pull the trigger. I like the Penta reign. If we carry on with Penta, no complaints. I do wish this was Chad against Gunther. Gunther having that IC belt or whatever, you know. I do wish this was a few years ago, because I wish he was going up against the monster heel. I think the problem is some people are going to have to choose, do I like Penta more or do I like Chad more? And for a lot of people, the answer is going to be Penta because he's more charismatic. And so that's going to hurt the reactions for Chad. So booking-wise, I got my complaints about this. But, you know, sometimes you just have to roll with the punches, really. Sometimes things happen and they're maybe not optimal. You just have to make the best out of them. And I get the feeling that this is a little bit like that. This is probably not ideal. You know, ideally, we wouldn't be doing face versus face. We'd be doing face versus heel. And it would be a monster heel. But guess what? If there's one major problem with WWE right now, they don't have monster heels. That is their problem. They don't have all these bullies and monster heels causing chaos and that the baby faces have got to try and deal with. I think it's an issue. I do think it's an issue. I mean, we've got Cody against CM Punk, face versus face. We've got Penta taking on Chad Gable, which is just face versus face. If we look over at Carmelo and Trick, that's face versus face. Yeah, we brought Baron Corbin back, but we probably brought him back because he's a heel. We probably brought him back because he's experienced. He's a heel. And, you know, we can put some baby faces in against him. Actually, you know, makes a bit of sense. Makes a bit of sense. Bringing in some experience that, you know, is not going to, you know, botch and stink the place out. He won't be spectacular, but he'll be tidy enough. And if nothing else, he's a heel that can get some heat. And that's probably worth its weight in gold at the moment because there ain't loads around. I mean, again, you know, this is probably why we got Rusev. This is why we've called up Ethan Page, so that we've got these people around. Ethan, we need to really invest in. We need to invest in Ethan. We need him to be a big, credible heel. It might be a project, and it might be something we've got to really focus on once we get past SummerSlam. But yeah, I think next year will be really, really good for him. I think he's going to have a really good 2027. So I do think Chad can win, in answer to your question. It's just a shame it's face versus face. Jamie said, Daze, how you doing today? I'm doing good, thank you. Hope you're doing well. James said, don't count out the longest reigning NWA champion of all time, the National Treasure. Hashtag strictly business, says James. James, shout out to you. Rapturous said, Daze, I'm glad that NXT and AAA have got some PLEs in America during Mania season in New York. I do wish they would have tried to have secured MSG instead of the theatre. I wonder if they think they're just not popular enough. Yeah, they probably do think that. I mean, actually, NXT doesn't tend to do like big arenas and things along those lines. So we've actually done a few recently that have been at the PC. We've cancelled a couple of venues where I heard there was some slower ticket sales. I think the truth is that NXT at the moment it's seemingly getting okay views, but we're seemingly struggling to sell out big arenas, which is such a shame because we was doing that when we were doing the takeovers. You know, we were getting out some really, really big venues, but now we're, you know, kind of more in the theatre of MSG. Optics are not good, to be honest, for NXT running those kinds of venues. I like the venue, and I think it's good when you're doing a TV special, or if you're going there for the first time and you do like, you know, a special like PLE there or something. But for me, a space like that probably should be more for a special episode of just your Tuesday show. I always think when you're doing like a big stand and deliver or whatever, yeah, T-Mobile, you won't sell it out, but I mean, can you do 8,000, 10,000, something along those lines? You know, that's the sort of number you'd expect from a SmackDown be about 10,000. I think a lot of Raws and SmackDowns do about 9, actually. It's a myth. If you think that every week we're doing 20,000, that is not true. That is not true at all. So I think that I think the confidence must just not be there that we can do those kinds of numbers. I wouldn't expect that for AAA. I mean, I don't know what the viewing figures are like for AAA in America, but I watch AAA on YouTube, which is, available globally. Tends to get about 250,000 views. That's it. 250,000 each week on YouTube. I don't know that, that you're going to be able to do a big arena with AAA. But, there's a demand for AAA. You'll be able to sell tickets. Of course you can. And there's a demand for NXT. You'll be able to sell tickets. I think if TKO could get bigger venues, they would run them, to be honest. I think if they could, they'd run them. So I think the fact that they're running the theatre would say to me that there's probably a limitation there at the moment. But I think, NXT, we can see on the men's side, there's a bit of a weakness. There's a bit of a lack of star power. We don't really have, big names at the moment on that side. The women are doing a bit of carrying at the moment. But I don't know. Hopefully by the time we get to next year, it'll be in a much healthier place. We are just going through a little bit of a rebuild as we're sort of bringing new talent through. Obviously, we brought Evil in. We know that Takahashi is expected to be on the way, but it doesn't look like we're getting Enzo or Big Cass. It looks like they're both going to the main roster now. So, yes, I think if they could do it, they would do it. I think the reason WWE doesn't have many monster heels is because they don't think they're as profitable as faces or tweeners, which is why Ober is booked more strong than Gunther and Braun, said Rapturous. Well, I mean, they are profitable, but they're just profitable in a different way. I mean, they're not profitable in a merch sense. And, they're not profitable if you have them on top and they're just facing low-level baby faces, because who really wants to watch the heel, win? Who wants to watch, a big monster heel go against, a Carmelo Hayes and just destroy them? You're going to have to work very hard to, make people believe that a Carmelo Hayes stood a chance against, say, a Brock Lesnar or whatever. But they are profitable because when you've got a credible babyface, it's the babyface that is getting the money. So I think WWE know they've been in the business long enough that, a babyface is only as good as the heels that it faces. You can have a great babyface, but if you've got no one for them to go up against, no great monster for them to bring down, if you've got a load of Davids and no Goliaths, then, you are really missing a key dynamic. So then I agree with you that heels are not as profitable on certain metrics, but what they do is they boost other metrics. Wrestling history is largely monster babyface against monster heel. It's Hogan Andre, I mean, WrestleMania 3, if Hogan had just gone up against another babyface and it was all love and respect and may the best man win, I don't think WrestleMania 3 is doing the numbers that it did. You needed, to have that kind of heat. You needed to have the babyface going up against the monster heel. And WWE have been in the wrestling business, in the 60s, going back into the 50s, if you include Capital Wrestling. And so I think they know. I would hope they know. I don't think TKO know, actually. They ain't got a clue. I don't think Nick Khan knows, but I do think that Triple H knows. And I do think that Bruce Pritchard knows. I do think there's enough work in WWE that know that you can look at merch sales and you're probably not going to see too many sales for the Iron Sheik for Andre the Giant when around WrestleMania 3, right? For Sergeant Slaughter at WrestleMania 7. So it is true that they don't drive those metrics, but they make the baby faces bigger. They take the baby faces to a different level. So you have to kind of look at the babyface merch sales and recognize that the heels are influencing those. You know, they are making the tickets sell. They're helping to, because people want to see the match. They're buying to see if the babyface can overcome this horrific person, you know? So, yeah, I think if that was the mindset that anyone was in, I think that straight away would be something I would point at as being a major, major problem. If you kind of went to WWE and someone said that to you, that would be a major red flag. That would be like, you've got this all wrong. Like, we need monster heels. Wrestling, some things in life don't change, you know? And for me, one thing in wrestling that I can't see really changing, or ever changing, is the fact that, you know, you want to see a good guy against a bad guy. You want to see a monster babyface against a monster heel. You want to see that babyface overcome the bully. I suppose in a way, I wonder if it takes you back to like school. I wonder if there's something subconscious at play where it's like, do you remember Jim Cornette did that fantastic example which has gone viral, where it was for Darkseid, I think, and he was saying about, like, you know, imagine you're driving down a road, and as you go, you're driving, there's two people on the side of the road that are fighting, and it grabs your attention, so you end up pulling over, and you've got this little guy fighting this big guy, and you know, naturally you find yourself rooting for the little guy, the underdog, right? And what if it turns out that you then recognize the little guy, and he's someone you like, and he's someone that you root for, and he's someone that you care about? Like, all of a sudden you're in, like, you're there, you're hooked. And what about if you recognize the big guy? Turns out he's the local bully. Turns out he's a really bad person. Turns out you've had, you know, some run-ins with him, whatever. You know, all of a sudden now, you know, you're in. Imagine if now it's not the side of the road, it's in a building in the side of the road, and it's an event that's being put on. And he's like, that's pro wrestling. That's what pro wrestling is. And it's like, yeah, you're right. Like, that is at its essence. Well, it doesn't have to be that the babyface is little and the heel is a giant, but that is the dynamic that is, you know, the sweet spot. And that is what people have been tuning in for decades and decades. And this idea that, like, we're smarter now and we're moving away from, I just think that's a load of BS. It's a load of BS. I've seen zero evidence that that dynamic no longer works. Zero evidence. And if you look at the outrage of, like, Gunther beating John Cena and how annoyed and upset everyone was around that, like, and the fact that Gunther made John tap and people were all livid and everyone was angry. Gunther then murking AJ Styles and people upset about that. And I mean, you know, Liv being annoying and bratty and people wanting to see her get her comeuppance. Like, it still works. Even in this day and age, it still absolutely works. I still find it, like, you know, way more satisfying seeing babyface heel dynamic than babyface. I think there are times for babyface, but by and large, I'm way more into babyface heel. But again, you know, different conversation for a different time. It's Brent. Hello, said, I'm currently working on a horror short film. Oh, is it called WWE 2025? Is that what you're working on? That was a horror. That was a horror show. Bryn, I hope you're well, my friend. Shout out to you. Bryn, I was thinking about you. I don't know if you sent me over an image or if you just wanted to use an old one, but I know that you are the current champ in our championship game. So I was thinking about you just last night as I was in the bath. I wasn't really. I just wanted to make it sound pervy. But yeah, I was thinking, like, I didn't know if you wanted me to just use an old image or if you were going to send over a new one. So let me know. James said, question for you, James. Apart from Bret Hart and the Bulldog for the obvious reasons, what's your favourite SummerSlam match of all time? Oh, that's a great question, James. Love that. I think, well, to be honest, the one that comes to my mind, first of all, is Triple H, Shawn Michaels. I'm a big Shawn fan, of course, so seeing Shawn come back And I think that 2002 SummerSlam is regarded as being like the best. I think most people look at that as being a bit like SummerSlam's WrestleMania 17. To be honest, we don't talk about SummerSlam as much because it doesn't have the same aura as WrestleMania, but it's, you know, it's still SummerSlam. It's still amazing. But yeah, I think that when you ask that question, my brain immediately goes Triple H, Shawn Michaels, and we actually rewatched it not that long ago on the members side, and it's just as good. It really does hold up. I have a soft spot for Shawn, Hulk Hogan, but to be honest, we did rewatch that recently as well, and it was okay. I think the overselling is actually a bit overblown. We went back, and there is obviously the overselling in there, but it's not like all throughout the match. There's just like moments during the match where he goes a bit OTT. But I'm sure he's come out and said that he didn't. I'm sure he's come out in interviews and said that he was just wrestling. Whether, you know, that's just him at the time trying to make out that he's not as petty as he actually is, I'm not sure. But that's a very special match. I don't feel like I can talk about SummerSlam with like by not mentioning the Shawn Hogan one from 05. It's so iconic and infamous, but not amazing, not great. But yeah, the Triple H Shawn one from 02, that definitely comes to mind. I do remember loving the Bret Mr. Perfect one. I think everyone loves that from the early sort of SummerSlams. I want to say that's about 90. I can't remember if it's 90 or 91. I think it's 91. I think it's 91. So I'd have to include that. I'm trying to think of like more recent times, if there's one that's kind of really floated my boat. And to be honest, there's a lot recently that hasn't. I mean, I did enjoy the Gunther CM Punk match from last year. I thought that was good. And I did really enjoy Bianca Becky from 2022. And of course, the main event of that being the Brock Roman with the tractor. The visual of that has got to be one of the best SummerSlam visuals ever, where he drives that down and picks the ring up. I mean, it's got to be one of the best looking moments ever. But yeah, it's maybe a bit of a boring answer, but it's Triple H Shawn. I'm really struggling to think of one other than Bret Bulldog, of course. I'm struggling to think of one. The one that I think is overrated, which I know is not the question you asked, but and I am going to mention Bret Owen from 94, the cage match, because we rewatched that. Not on the members. I can't remember when we went back to it, but I think we might have done a 94 SummerSlam watch along. And so we went back to it, and there is a lot of slowly climbing the cage. I think it's a brilliant match if you watch it the first time, but if you watch it repeatedly, I don't think it stands up, because there is a lot of slowly, he's getting out. But when you know who wins, that does not carry any kind of drama. I feel like if you watch a match that's got loads of great moves in it, you can enjoy those moves again and again and again. You know, if there's a really brutal clothesline where it looks like he's took the other guy's head off, that's going to be impactful if you watch it the first time, the second time, the third time, the fifth time. You know, it's going to have rewatch value. If you see like a really beautiful suplex, maybe going into a Falcon Arrow, if it's Seth or whatever, if you're seeing like some really nice sequences, really nice moves, if there's a sequence that builds to like a dramatic moment or whatever, like you can enjoy that on repeat viewing. But I think when you know who wins a cage match, and a large part of the cage match is just people slowly climbing out the cage, that to me struggles with the replay value. So it's a controversial take, because that is regarded as one of the great SummerSlam matches, but I rewatched it and I was not blown away, honestly. A lot of it was just Owen trying to slowly get out the cage, and you're like, I know that this is not going to work for him, you know, and there's no skill to admire. You're just watching someone like slowly climb. So I suppose that's the difference, isn't it? With a lot of matches, you can go back, rewatch, and admire the skill. but watching someone slowly climb out of a cage, there's not really any skill to go back and admire. So, yeah, for me, Triple H, Shawn would probably be my answer. What would be yours, James? What would be yours, community? Feel free to put them in the chat. NetForce Technologies, hello. I've always had an issue with WWE, let's go, thinking that in real life, big guys always whoop little guys. And when they win in matches, it's an upset. In my experience, the big guys usually lose. Well, I think it's that David Goliath thing, honestly. And, you know, you make a good point because David won. So I think it's that sort of the optics of, you know, for the little guy to win, he's gonna have to dig deep. And there's something really admirable about that, isn't there? You know, the big guy has got a massive advantage in the sense of they're going to have bigger muscles. They've got, you know, bigger size. I mean, if they get the little guy down, the little guy's going to have a nightmare trying to get back on his feet. If the big guy punches the little guy, there's a lot more weight, probably more muscle, probably more power behind those shots. And I think it also kind of bleeds into boxing. Back in the day, boxing was more popular than it is now. It's still popular now, but, you know, really the biggest sports star on the planet, I would say, for a fairly long period of time was Muhammad Ali. I think a lot of people would still probably regard him as the number one. I would. For me, the number one top superstar, sports star ever is Muhammad Ali. I don't even really feel like there's anyone close. I feel like you could maybe say Pele. You could maybe say a Tom Brady for you NFL fans, but obviously NFL's never really been my thing. So maybe there's some out there that would say him. Maybe there's some that would say Usain Bolt, because there is a lot of prestige in being the world's fastest man, of course. But for me, I think over a long period of time, it was Muhammad Ali. And I think he meant a lot more than just sport as well. I think he was an inspiration for, you know, civil rights and whatever. So there's a lot more that kind of comes with him that's just more than boxing. But I think if you look at boxing, heavyweights and being the heavyweight champion of the world is kind of a really prestigious thing to be. Arguably the most prestigious thing to be in the world. I don't think being the UFC heavyweight champion is that level. I don't think UFC has got the global popularity of boxing. So I think that being the heavyweight champion of the world in boxing is still, I think for me, still the creme de la creme. I think it's still the number one singles achievement that you can have. And we prioritize the heavyweights because really they should be able to deal with the boxers at the lighter weights. We know it doesn't work that way. We've seen people move up from cruiserweight and win heavyweight titles. We've seen people move up from, you know, middleweight and going up and winning titles at heavier weights. So we know it doesn't quite work that way. But I think there is just a bit of an acceptance, a consensus that the bigger guy has major advantages. I can't really say WWE are wrong for presenting it that way. What I would say is I think that there should be a belt and a world title for people that are smaller, because you are correct that WWE favor the bigger guys. We've had conversations before which has upset some people, but I still stand by it that I think that if you are certainly in WWE, but I think this works in boxing, I think it works in UFC as well, that if you are bigger, then you are going to be favored because the general consensus, the general acceptance, I think amongst the majority of people is that those people are bigger, are stronger, do have a major advantage and would likely get the win. Whether that's true or not, everyone's going to differ with their mindset on that because it's going to come down to what you've seen and how much fighting you've watched and, you know, what your experiences in life are. But I think the general consensus amongst casual people is if you get a big monster, put him in there with someone smaller and ask them who's going to win, I would imagine most people would point out at the bigger guy. So WWE is kind of set in that. I don't know that it's wrong. I do think the average person probably feels the same way. And I think that there probably should be a belt for people that are a bit smaller that's still recognized as a world title. My frustration is it's okay to prioritize the bigger guys and have the smaller guys have it, once in a while, like a Daniel Bryan was able to, or a Rey Mysterio, or an Eddie Guerrero, or a Chris Benoit. These were not the tallest of people. There was much bigger people like Undertaker around that, they would be underdogs against. But, we have put belts on the smaller guy throughout history of WWE. But I don't think there's enough opportunity for them. I think you're always going to have an Oba and a Roman and a Brock and, those kind of people. And I think that's always going to be a problem. And so why don't we have a world title, a proper world title that can close out shows, that can actually be main eventing cards, that is for people that are 220 or below, something like that. If you're 220 pounds or below, then you can compete for this, and it is a world title. It's the WWE light heavyweight title or something, and it's a proper world title. Like, if John Cena had slimmed down to 220, he could have competed for it, and he would have won 17. It would count. His 16 would go to 17. His 17 would go to 18. Like, it is a world title. The only thing you've got to do is be under a certain weight. I really like that idea, because I agree with you. I think WWE is leaving tons of money on the table. I think that they have made a massive mistake in their history by not doing that. Because you point to Conor McGregor, and you point to Floyd Mayweather, and you can point to so many people that are not heavyweights. They're not even light heavyweights. They're not cruiserweights. They're well below, and they have absolutely driven pay-per-view sales. People care about Manny Pacquiao. They care about Floyd Mayweather. They care about Conor McGregor. They care about Islam Makhachev. They care about Khabib. They care about Max Holloway. They care about these fighters that are, not heavyweights. I mean, we did a massive fight over here, Eubank against Conor Benn. Neither of those are heavyweights, not even close to heavyweights. But, I mean, they can sell out stadiums. So why is it that WWE just have the two titles, top titles, both of them just open to any weight, and then spend most of their time prioritizing the bigger guys, the heavier guys, which means that your Johnny Garganos, your Rey Mysterios, your Carmelo Hayeses, your Sami Zayns, your people that are, around that sort of 220 or lighter, they just don't get the same opportunity. I don't understand. I mean, it must be that WWE just don't feel like it would work. They have tried it, but they've always messed it up. They've never done it properly. I mean, it's so simple. You just have it as a belt, and it just lives on one of the shows, Raw or SmackDown. It doesn't need its own show. It doesn't need its own roster. And, you tell some really good, interesting stories, and these people are world champions. And it's really not a problem. In UFC, we have heavyweights, and then the very next fight will be a flyweight fight. No one blinks an eye. No one cares. So, like, the idea that these should be presented as being lesser. Honestly, if you brought in this belt, it should be allowed to main event night 2 WrestleMania if the story is good enough. You could be doing like Johnny Gargano against Finn Balor. You could be doing Finn Balor against Rey Mysterio. You could be doing Dragon Lee against Rey, all competing for a legit world championship. I'd be so into that. Something that if I was joining creative, it's something I would mention and I would push for. And I just see, I mean, like, I think the average response, or the response that would come back, is your average American or your average viewer just doesn't value the smaller guys the same way they do the bigger guys. Well, my pushback to that would be, well, then can you explain to me how Mayweather against Pacquiao did 4 million pay-per-views in America? How does that work? It's because they were talented, Mayweather had the gift of the gab. He was able to talk people into wanting to see his match. Both of them were highly skilled. And guess what? People did care, and they cared in their millions. So you can't tell me that they won't care if you don't run that same story, that same script in WWE. If you're talented enough and you're skilled enough, people will care. We see flyweights, really tiny guys that people love tuning in for. I mean, I really don't think size is an issue other than with the current wrestling setup where it's really hard for someone that's that small to kind of overcome a Brock Lesnar or overcome an Undertaker or whatever. So, yeah, I got an issue with the setup, but whatever. It's not changing anytime soon. We've had this conversation many times when it's popped up. I'm sure we'll have it many more times again in the future. So I can understand your criticism. I think the general belief, I don't know how wrong it is or even if it is wrong, but I think the general belief is that the average person believes that the bigger guy would be victorious. Steve said, I was at the 2008 SummerSlam with Taker Edge. That deserves a mention. Hell in a Cell, that match was awesome. We did a rock song for that as well. Fantastic. And obviously when he like drives him through the ring and everything, it is brilliant. Yeah, that absolutely deserves a mention. Yeah, good shout. Great shout. Steve, I hope you enjoyed going to that show. I can't remember actually off the top of my head what that card was like. But I think we did a watch along for it. I'm sure we've done that event. I don't think it was just that match. But that match in particular deserves a shout. Shining Wizard said size does matter. Well, Shining Wizard, that means that you and me, sadly, are never going to be an item if that's how you feel. Because as I've told all of my ex-girlfriends, it's not the size that matters. And it's also not what you do with it, because I'm pretty useless at that as well. So there's just no winning for me there. It's Bryn said, as someone with Mexican heritage and a long history in the wrestling world, I can confirm of how big of a deal I am. I have more value, said It's Bryn again. Bryn, shout out to you. El Sausage Rollador. We all know the history of El Sausage Rollador on the members side of the channel. So Bryn with a very proud, rich Mexican heritage. And again, I mean, you are bang on, actually. If you think about AAA and how successful that's been, most of those guys are not very big, are they? But yeah, a lot of people in our community would say that's been the best brand out of Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and AAA. What has been the best consistent show? Most people would say AAA. And again, most of those are obviously not the biggest of guys. So yeah, you make a really good point. Bishop said, I've got a strange question. Okay, is hockey big in the UK? No. Neither field hockey nor ice hockey. We do have some ice hockey teams, but like I've heard of the Sheffield Sharks, I think, but I've never seen them being shown on TV. It's one of those where, you know, those kind of weird sports channels, not like Sky Sports or BT Sport, but you flick through and you probably find like Eurosport or something that might be on there. I have no idea. It's niche. I think they probably get, I wouldn't even know. At a guess, I'd say 1,000 people to their games, maybe a 2,000, something like that. I don't know. Never read anything about any games. BBC Sport don't really report on anything. I know that there's something out there. I could not tell you how many teams. I couldn't tell you where the teams are. I couldn't tell you who the successful teams are, let alone I couldn't name a single player. That's how little it is on the radar over here. In regards to American sports, I would say the most popular is probably the NFL now. And actually, I feel like back in the day, it was probably the basketball. I feel like NBA Jam and all of that, the basketball was probably more popular. But NFL have made a real effort in coming over and showing games. Is it called the London series or something? I don't know. I know I've been in London where when they've been doing it. And the Regent Street, which is like a very old, really nice looking street in London full of shops. It's just got like American banners all down it, American flags and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, they're kind of doing a big celebration and a big thing for the NFL being at Tottenham or being at Wembley. They've been doing that for a while now. And as a result of when I was at work, more and more people were talking about how they were getting into it and who their team was. And you could see there was movement, definitely, over the last 20 years. I mean, when I was growing up, the Super Bowl would be on BBC Two late at night. No one I knew would watch it. It was just on, and it was just like BBC Two is just a nothing channel, really. It's a free channel that every TV has got, but it's the least popular one. And it would just be on in the middle of the night on there, and there'd be very little promotion or hype or anything for it. But I feel like now it's like a bigger deal. I feel like now when the Super Bowl's on, it's definitely gets more attention now, and there's more people that are into it now. There's definitely been growth over here on that. So I don't know numbers, but I would say the NFL's probably the most popular. Then I would say it's the basketball. And then I think there's a big drop-off. I couldn't even tell you what number 3 is. I've seen baseball on TV a few times, but to be honest, I don't really flick through the channels to look anyway. So, yeah. It's football, innit? Football is number 1 over here. Then, what would be number 2? Maybe the rugby? Maybe. Cricket is up there. Cricket would probably be within the top 5. Golf would definitely be up there. Darts would definitely be up there. Darts is really popular over here. So the darts would be up there. Snooker would be up there. People love the snooker over here. That always gets really good views when the big world championship's on. So darts, snooker, those are a couple of things we have that probably don't resonate as loud in America, but they're very, very popular. To be honest, though, with the darts and the snooker, I feel like there's only a few times in the year where they become really popular. Like, it's not like every week everyone's sitting down and watching it. It's more like when it's the World Championship that people really take note. But it's not like week in, week out, we're sitting down and watching the darts and the snooker. I feel like it's more a once a year, maybe twice a year thing. The football is the one. That is just all the time apart from the off season. And obviously this has been the off season, and we've had the World Cup to kind of fill that gap. So I mean, the Premier League starts up soon, and that's absolutely country mile the number 1 thing over here. So yeah, no, not really would be the answer. But if you was over here, I'm sure you could find it on TV on the sports channels. Well, you can find anything really, can't you, with the internet in particular. Kader said darts is a real man's sport. I love watching rugby whenever it's in my area, said Alex. I don't mind watching England. I don't have a rugby team. I don't mind watching a bit of England, but they've really been struggling recently. Cricket is definitely more preferred for me. I'd say that football was probably my number 1, Man United, and England would be my number 1 outside of wrestling. Wrestling doesn't really count. Sports entertainment, isn't it? My number 2 would probably be England cricket, and I keep an eye on like what Birmingham are doing, Warwickshire, whatever. But it's more England when it comes to cricket. That I would say is definitely my number 2. I don't know what my number 3 is. I really don't know. I mean, maybe then it starts getting to, I don't know, darts, maybe? I don't know. Even though I then start to get a bit like, I'm not sure. Daze, I've got an idea for what WWE should do, said Rapturous, if they stopped doing war games. Okay, yeah, that was a big conversation the other day. They should do 5 versus 5 elimination tag matches. Add a tornado stipulation. Yeah, I'm not down on that. Not down on that. We were talking about them doing that for Stadium Stampedes, because that's kind of what a stadium stampede would be. It's just that you've got more freedom to go anywhere, where it's 2 teams, elimination, and you can just fight absolutely anywhere in the arena. So I'm completely with you. Not having people standing on the outside, just chaos, letting people fight. I would open it up where pinfalls can count anywhere, and you can, you don't have to just like do it in the ring. I mean, I think the Stadium Stampede has been pretty well received. Whether WWE would be able to do something like that, I'm not sure. Maybe it would just have to be kept in the ring. But yeah, I mean, there's no rules, is there really, when it comes to tornado tag, because it's just absolute chaos. The only thing is pinfalls have to be done in the ring and whatnot. So no, I'm with you. Yeah, I'd totally be down for that. I think that sounds really fun. Really fun. Mr. B Light said, I think, Daze, you should try hockey because it's, what was that? Light UFC, but more fights are like UFC, but way more blood, said Mr. B Light. To be honest, I'm not. I don't feel a need for more sport. I feel quite satisfied. I don't ever find myself sitting here going, "Oh, I'm a loss." Obviously, the great thing about wrestling is it never really goes away. There's no off season, and every Monday we got Raw, every Friday we got SmackDown, every Tuesday we got NXT, and then of course, we're very lucky that we get fairly regular shows coming up as well for the weekend. And in fact, I have absolutely zero idea what's happening this weekend. As I'm sat here right now, I don't know. My focus was on Saturday night's main event, and that has now been and gone. Then I had the surprise of the SummerSlam kickoff show, which I didn't even know was happening until we got to... I didn't even know it was happening until we got to the breakdown the other day. And I was like, oh my God, that's this Sunday. So that dropped on me. So I genuinely don't even know what's happening. Doesn't look like there's any wrestling, so I don't know. Maybe it's a AAA weekend. Just looking at it, we don't have anything scheduled now, apparently. When's AAA doing its show, though? AAA's got a show coming up, hasn't it? When's the AAA show? AAA. It's not Triple Mania. I can't remember what it's called. The Raider Reyes. Triple A. What's going to be the date on Saturday? The date is going to be the 25th. July 25th. Is this the... Oh. Triple A Verano di Escandalo tour begins. The 3-week event is going to include Ray Phoenix defending against Mini Vikingo. Okay, so it looks like we do have something then. It is going to be the special. So it is AAA Verano del Escandalo. It's an upcoming TV special event that takes place from July 25th to... Yeah, I think it's dumb. That annoys me, to be honest. I wish this was just a one-off show and we all got excited and tuned in and all the matches just took place for this 1 week. Instead, they're stretching it out over 3 weeks. And one of the weeks we're not even going to be able to watch because of SummerSlam. SummerSlam's going to be on, and I know that AAA will probably start after it, but we do breakdowns and we do opinion videos, and I'm sure there's going to be reaction clips that we need to put out and all that stuff. Like, I wish this was just a one-off week thing, but instead they're stretching it out over 3. But at least it gives us something for this Saturday. And historically, the first one they do is normally the best one, and the ones that come after are like not as good. So hopefully this is going to be quite juicy. Takes place on July 25th to August 8th. Might be able to get back for the August 8th one, although don't know, because there's got to be a decent UFC show coming up, hasn't there? When's the next big UFC? Like, is it 3:30? 3:30 is... Oh, no, that's good. 3:30 is the week after. So that means that we've got AAA this weekend, SummerSlam the weekend after, AAA the week after that, UFC 330 the week after. That's good. I do like it when I know what I'm doing on a weekend. I do like it when we've got like things planned. So goods. So we're going to be busy. Things are happening. Cadet said, I wouldn't be surprised if WWE Vault drop a retro SummerSlam. Well, if they do, I'm here for it. If they do drop a retro SummerSlam on Sunday, I'm telling you now, I'm here for it. Because I get people asking me about watch-alongs. Oh, you should do this, you should do that. And my answer is, going to be the same, which is I only like doing them now if Vault are showing them. Because I feel like we can sort of jump on them hyping it as well. They obviously talk about it on their social media. They promote, hey, Sunday we're going to be doing this. Also, if you join us a little bit late and you want to know where we are in the thing, it's you don't need to worry about it. If you click on Vault, it'll just automatically take you to where they're showing. So, do you know what I mean? It's just so easy. It feels like a bit of a bigger deal than just us as a channel trying to promote it and say, hey, we're doing this show. Do you want to come and join us and watch? Plus, that whole, right, we're about to start. Here we go. Press play now. Like, we don't have to do any of that because we're all, in a way, it's a little bit like a Saturday night's main event, in the sense of it just gets shown on YouTube. We can all tune in at the same time. If you're late, you can still join us at the same point. It just works so much better this way. And Vault are pretty good, actually, when it's coming up to a big show of putting on Summit on a Sunday, the week before. So actually, I think you've made a great shout there because they do tend to do that. So the Sunday before, Vault do tend to put up an old PLE. And it's normally connected, so it's probably going to be a SummerSlam. So a SummerSlam they haven't yet shown. I could see them putting that up for this Sunday. If they do, I am more than happy to do the AAA show on the Saturday and then do that SummerSlam watch along on the Sunday. So keep your eyes peeled. If they announce it, we'll do it. EQ, shout out to you, said you should have watched the Fanatics games over the weekend. There was tons of celebrities playing different sports and WWE entrances. I saw it. To be honest, it was okay. I mean, it didn't massively appeal. They were doing little things, weren't they? Little videos on the WWE YouTube channel. A lot of these sports stars are stars that I don't really know. A lot of NFL, basketball, baseball, hockey. So it's just a lot of names that doesn't resonate with me. So as a result, it's kind of hard to get excited about seeing strangers kind of doing sports that, so I think it's probably got more appeal for our friends in America, but it's a good idea. And there were some wrestlers involved, although I heard the wrestlers didn't do very well, actually. I heard that I don't know if it changed, but at one point there was no one on the overall leaderboard. So yeah, and they did actually take the mick out of Cody yesterday during the SummerSlam kickoff. He tried to do a field goal and it just bobbled along the floor. So they were like taking the mick out of him for that. And that was actually one of the best parts because he said, I'd like to make an announcement that I'm actually going to retire from Fanatics games. And the crowd were like, no, and all this, right? One more games. They started to chant. And then he went, I'd like to make another announcement. I'm coming out of retirement from Fanatics. So it was kind of really fun. That was one of my favorite parts, actually. So, yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think like it makes sense if you're Fanatics and you've got all these, sports stars around. But I didn't feel the need to like stream those things. I think it's probably more for the live crowd. Carl, shout out to you. Are we going to get, who will we see in the ring first? Will it be Ilya, Grayson, Jordan, or Naomi? I don't know where Grayson's gone. Yeah, I think if you're a Jordan fan, actually, I think you make a good point. If you're a fan of any of those, other than Naomi, we know she's pregnant. But I think if you're a fan of any of those, then I understand you being frustrated. I think I get a bit frustrated when we get like people talking about wrestlers that aren't being used but they're sort of still being shown, or they're, because we've gone from 3 hours to 2 hours on SmackDown, and we've always had more wrestlers than TV time because you need them. I mean, if someone gets injured, you need a wrestler there. If, someone gets sick or there's a flight delay or whatever it might be, just natural rotation as well, like bringing someone fresh in. You always need more wrestlers than TV time. So you are always unavoidably going to have people in catering. And I do really think that a lot of wrestling fans don't understand that or don't accept that. I don't really understand why. Because you've got a bench in football, and you've got a bench in NFL, and you've got a bench in the NBA. So why would there not be a bench in wrestling, where people that aren't quite needed at the moment because creative doesn't need them, they go, to the bench? I mean, it's seen as disrespectful if you're in catering. We don't call it them being on the bench. We call it them being in catering. And it's seen as a disrespect. But the truth of the matter is, you are always going to have people in catering. And you always should. Because you always need those replacements. You always need those options. You always need those alternatives. You always need rotation. You always need to deal with releases and injuries and so on, so on, so on. So I think I get a bit frustrated when we have people kind of constantly asking, why is this person not being used? Why is that person not being used? Because, well, they're just on the bench, And I think it gets frustrating because there's no way we're ever going to escape this conversation. Like, this conversation's not ever going to stop. We're always, for the rest of my life, whilst I'm doing these streams, we are always going to have to talk about why certain people are not being used. When the truth of the matter is, you are always going to have people on the bench. But there does come a point where you've sat on the bench a bit too long, or you've been out of action a bit too long, and it's like, what's going on, right? So I do feel different when it comes to a Jordan Grace conversation, or an Elia conversation, or, one of those people, a Johnny Gargano. Why are we not doing more with him? I think getting rotated out and being out of the picture for a little bit and then coming back in, I don't have a problem with it. And it could be a few months that you're kind of out of the game. But, Street Profits are out for a little bit. They came back. Rusev was out for a little bit. He came back. But, like, where it starts to go on and on and on and on and on, yeah, at that point, I'm quite happy to have that conversation of, there's not much of a chat you can have. I mean, I can't really give you any info on Jordan. Nothing's been said. Nothing that I've seen. Same with Elia as well. Nothing's really been said. Nothing's been seen. I'm not aware that he's dealing with an injury or anything along those lines. Same with Jordan. So, but again, you just don't know, do you? You just don't know. You don't know what's going on in people's lives. I mean, it could be anything. Look what happened with Brody Lee. I mean, he went missing for a bit, and there was people wondering where he had gone. Then out the blue, we found out he had passed away. And there was no word that he was even ill or injured or sick or anything. I was watching AEW at the time. There was just no word. He had been wrestling, and then he stopped wrestling. And he went away. And I think, didn't he have a match with Cody, which was like a dog collar match or some sort of chain match or whatever. And we just didn't see him after that. Radio silence. I think a lot of wrestlers obviously knew what was going on, and no one, out of respect for him, wanted to say anything. And so nothing leaked out. No one was talking about, whatever. And I'm not saying that's happening now to Elia or Jordan, but I'm just trying to make my point of, we don't know what happens behind the scenes sometimes. It's not that they're all healthy and fresh and just sat in catering and twiddling their thumbs. Like, there can be other things that are going on. So I don't know. I agree with you. I think there's definitely some people there that feel like they've been out the game too long, but I don't know what the reasoning is. And there could be some reasoning. There could be something. I'm sure there are a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that we are not aware of. Alex said, I found out about Brody Lee passing away at work, and I had to sit down for a few minutes because that one hit me hard. Do you know, I think that hit a lot of us hard, actually, because I Obviously, we knew that he had a family and a young family, and not that that should make a difference, but I think it always hits a little harder when there's like young kids involved. And I think the fact we didn't know that there was anything up meant the news came as a real out of the blue. You know, we weren't prepared for it. We weren't like wishing him the best. Come on, keep fighting. There was none of that. It was just completely out of nowhere. And actually, in actual fact, it was very reminiscent with Years Later and Bray. I mean, that very, very similar in the sense that Bray had been wrestling. He'd done the Pitch Black match. I believe after he does, I think the final thing he does is a Firefly Funhouse, which was so good. And I remember watching it saying, oh man, we're back. And do you remember, like, there was a bit to do with the weather, and there was him in a black mask, and he kind of speaks at the end of it. I can't remember if there was another one that he did that was after that, or if that was the final one. I've never actually gone back to map it all out, but I just remember there being this really good Firefly fight, and then he goes missing, disappears for a while. Then, of course, you know, word comes out that he had passed away. And it turns out that it was, I believe, complications with COVID, and it had affected an already existing heart issue. And we know about the fact that he had this defibrillator that he was meant to be wearing, and he wasn't wearing it at the time. And, you know, an incident happened and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I mean, just these things just can knock you for six when we just don't know, do we? These are true things that have happened behind the scenes. We don't know what's happening with Jordan Grace. We don't know what's happening with Elia. We don't know what's happening with Grayson. Absolutely can be creative, of course. I don't want to cause panic or anything like that. I mean, it can just be that creatively there is nothing, but we don't know. We don't know. I think it's healthier to focus on what we are being given and what we are being presented with, rather than, like, you know, there's nothing really to be achieved by getting upset or annoyed by those that aren't being used when we don't know the reasons why they're not being used. Of course, there can also be, you know, a case that they just don't see anything in them. And, you know, that then, of course, sparks conversation. You know, are they right to not see anything in this person? You know, how can you not see anything in Elia or whatever? But we don't know that's what's happening right now. So, again, it makes conversations around them a little bit tricky. Daze, are we hoping that we see Randy back going after the Undisputed Championship? I don't know, to be honest. I like Randy. I'm not really campaigning for him to get 18 or anything like that. I think he's had an amazing career. And if he kind of does go on to do 17, 18, brilliant. It's not something I would necessarily be forcing. I think WWE are in a situation where they need to build new stars, and they've tried to do it and they failed. And I think the most important thing they could do right now is try and build new stars in a way that they know is going to work, right? I mean, you would think putting Braun with Heyman would be a safe bet, and you would imagine putting them with Seth, but then, of course, injury just ravaged that group. But if we're going to be honest, it wasn't working even before injury hit. We've got to be honest about last summer when the vision was up and running, and it was not clicking, and we were all saying this is not clicking. So, you know, we've got to be honest in the fact that even before injury, the vision was not landing. So, yeah, I think for me, we've got to, that for me is more important than, like, let's keep investing in Randy and trying to get him to wherever. I think Randy has had a hell of a career. I think that if he does pick up more championships now, hopefully it's part of a bigger story that's going to help some young emerging talent. I'm not massively into let's get him to 18, because I sort of feel like he's on, 15 now or something? To try and get him to 18 means we've got to give him 3 title runs. And it feels like we're doing it just to get him to that level, which some people will say he deserves it, whatever. I'm a little bit more in the camp of, I feel like it's going to be a fair bit of work to do it just for the sake of saying we did it. you know, no longer are we getting people to these levels just naturally and, oh, look, he's at 17. Like, all of a sudden now, it would sort of be, it would seem a bit fake. Do you know what I mean? Like, his career is amazing. He's had an amazing career. I don't feel like he needs that number to justify that he's great. I feel he's great anyway. I feel like he's one of the top superstars anyway. Do we need to manipulate a number of world championships that he's had for what? To try and give him some more credibility? Will it even give him more credibility? I don't know, man. I'm not massively sold on it, honestly. I think I'm more interested in trying to bring through that next wave. I'm more interested in investing in Oba, trying to get Bron Breakker, you know, sorted, trying to, you know, invest in Trick and Jacob, and, you know, really getting Gunther over the line, and just, you know, what can we do with Theory, and what are we going to do with Carmelo? You know, what are we going to do with Elia? You've got this young talent, and talent that's relatively new, all things considered, on the main roster. That, I mean, I see a lot of frustration out there amongst people. I hear a lot of frustration of people saying we're just investing in the same names. And we've tried to explain the reason why. We've tried to say, well, the reason why is because they're a good distance ahead of the mid-card talent that you want to see pushed. And really, that mid-card talent needs to get closer in their merch sales, in their video views, in their segment ratings. They need to really show WWE that if you invest in me, I'm not going to be a wasted opportunity. Because they took a chance on Damien and it didn't work. They took a chance on Jay and it didn't work. They took a chance on The Vision and it didn't work. They took a chance on Tiffany and it didn't work. They've took a chance on Jade, and I would argue it didn't work. They're taking chances on this new talent, and I think the results are pretty poor. So you really do need someone to go, no, I am the person that you should be taking a chance on. I think Oba has done that. Oba has done that. And it's hard to get other people at that sort of level, but that's where we've got to be working with them to be improving their numbers and getting them closer so that we can pull the trigger with a degree of confidence. And it's not just, hope this works. You know, I think we've done that in the past and it didn't. So, you know, that for me is where we should be focused. If Randy can pick up a championship or two, as we're doing that process, I think for me, I'm fine with it as long as it feels like we're not just influencing the number. I don't really want to just influence the number just to try and get him to a statistic that for me doesn't really massively mean much. You know, Bruno held the world title twice, but he held it for 11 years. Does that mean that he's not as special as someone that had it 17 times? Because if you had it 17 times, it means you've lost it 16 times. So even as a stat, it's like a bit strange, you know? I think I'd rather be Bruno that held it for 11 years across 2 runs rather than, you know, a John Cena that held it 17 times, but it meant that I lost it 16 times. Or 18 times by the time he was finished. So, yeah, you know, it is what it is. Everyone's going to have different views on it. I'm certainly not down on Randy having another run if it just naturally goes that way and it feels like, you know, it works and it's the right thing to do. But I don't want to force anything. I don't think we need to force anything. I don't even know where flipping Randy is right now with his health and everything. I mean, he feels like he's being held together by blue tack and gorilla tape. It feels like he's just like literally the walking room. I keep thinking like limbs are going to fall off him and all that stuff. Because health-wise, I think he's battered. I think his body is absolutely shot. So, don't know. I think I see up next for him a feud with Cody. Corey said, I wish I could make hundreds and thousands for just laying around. I wouldn't mind being a voice actor, like the guy that does ads for Menards. I would love that work as well. Voice acting, if you've got the voice for it, I mean, it's a real gift, isn't it? It's a little bit like being like an amazing singer. I mean, I'm sure you've got to work at it and look after your voice and everything, but you've been given a gift that many of us have not had. And yeah, it's true. With voice acting, it's probably the same, isn't it? Where you've kind of been given a gift that the average person doesn't really possess. Yeah, I don't begrudge those people, though, that have those gifts from profiting off them. But I can understand feeling a bit jealous. But I don't know. I worked in retail for 15 years, flipping loved it. I didn't need no skills for that, really. Just a few drinking skills, which have definitely left me now. But I spent many a night in a bar after finishing work, hanging out with the early shift or going down with the late shift, whatever. And oh man, it was so good. Hannah said, Daze, howdy. What a performance from Colombia's Shakira, Queen of the World. Anyway, what is the wildest wrestling theory that we've heard? I think Vince sending Russo to WCW to destroy it is insane. Wildest wrestling theory. Well, there was the theory that the Warrior that came back was not the same Warrior at WrestleMania 8 and that there was two Warriors. That was a theory that I heard when I was a kid, was that there was that the person that had come back at WrestleMania 8, because I think he was slimmed down because of the steroid thing and he'd changed his hairstyle. People thought it was not the same person, and that there was a conspiracy that they were trying to pull a fast one. Obviously, it was a load of nonsense, but yeah, that was actually, when you talk of theories, that's one of the early theories that I remember hearing, even when I was young. That the Warrior was not the same person when he came back. Trying to think what are the more recent theories I've heard. I've heard people theorizing that WWE and AEW are actually secretly working together. I don't believe that. I've heard that. Well, there's the theory that Vince is secretly still working for WWE, and I don't believe that. I do think he probably does have conversations with Triple H because, that is his son-in-law. But I don't think that he's secretly booking the shows. He might be, Triple H might call him up for the odd advice, and he might, I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, the guy ran WWE for decades. You'd be a bit stupid to not pick up the phone to him once in a while and go, listen, I got a dilemma here. I don't know if I go this way or if I go that way. And we know that Vince gave advice about not having Cody finish the story at 39, and that it makes sense to kick the can to 40. I believe that. But I've heard people saying that Vince is still booking, like, all the shows. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. So I suppose I've heard, I don't know, I think there's a lot of theories that are stupid. I think a lot of theories tend to come out of people reading into what they're seeing and them jumping to conclusions. Sometimes theories can be correct, but most of the time they are not. So I think I can't really give you a long list because, I've never documented all the various different things that I've heard, but the ones that would come to my mind, the one from back in the day is that about the Warrior. There's obviously the one about WWE, AEW secretly working together. There's the one that Vince is still booking all the shows, and he's still just as involved as he was. I think the truth is more that Triple H has asked him for advice on certain occasions, and Vince has probably given some advice himself, but I don't think it's a constant communication where he's constantly getting involved in the shows. I don't believe that. And yeah, I don't know. Has anyone else heard any others? Those are the only ones that kind of come to my mind. Days, I absolutely love the Triple H and HBK match. The build for that was phenomenal. But for me, I think Edge, Christian, Dudley's, and Hardy's in the TLC in 2000. Do you know, I got to change the way that we do the members thing. We've been doing watch-alongs on the members thing, and the members have been doing a brilliant job of scoring matches. And we did that match the other week, and it got a low score from the members. And I'm with you, James. I think it's brilliant. And actually, Cage Match scored it high. I think Meltzer scored it high. But for some reason, I don't know if it was just a few people that were joining us that weren't feeling it. But it ended up getting a really low score. And it sort of bugged me because we'd been doing brilliant with our scores. And then this one just sort of sticks out like a sore thumb, really. And you go, yeah, that's not right. I don't know how we've done that. I don't know how we've got that so wrong. I believe everyone gave their honest opinions, but it just ended up with not a terrible score, but just in relation to other great matches, it was low. And I was like, oh, that kind of ruins the work we had done, because I think the community had been banging, like it'd been there or thereabouts. You might have gone, oh, that should go down a few places, or that should be here, whatever. But by and large, it was good. The way people were scoring it was like in line with Cage Match, in line with, you could look at it and go, yeah, this feels about right, actually. We're building up a really good database here. And then this one happens and you go, that's not right. That shouldn't be that far down. So I might have to tweak how we sort of rank those. I might rank them by the Cage Match scores rather than the community scores going forwards. But I agree with you. It's brilliant. And we watched it, I think, last week or the week before. On the members' side, we did a watch along for that exact match, and it's just as good. It holds up just as good. Yeah, it was brilliant, really, really good. So I'm in agreement with you. Yeah. Rapture said if they don't want to add a tornado stipulation, they could do like an Iron Man stipulation and have a point system. They could use penalties like Iron Survivor, said Rapturous. Listen, get it written down, bud. Send it over. Get it over to them, because I'll take any of your ideas over the flipping War Games thing. I'm very much done with War Games. I'm not like a massive hater, but I'm done with it. I don't need it. I've seen it. The box has been ticked. Very much would rather something else, and I'll take any of those. Word Live Cena fan said, Days, there are times that heel turns don't work. Name a few, like Stone Cold's heel turn, Cody being Stardust, and John Cena. Thoughts? Yeah, definitely. 100%. I mean, there's going to be times where there's face turns that haven't worked. So, turning someone is not guaranteed success. There's some people that are better at being faces than heels. There's some people that are better at being heels than faces. And then you've also got, like, the way that the crowd sort of feel about these people. They don't want them to turn. So, I mean, it's a case by case basis. But turning people is not a guaranteed success. Both sides, you can find examples where it's not worked, not landed. So you have to weigh it up. You have to really think about it before you do it. I think there is, it always provides like a shock moment. You always tend to get like a moment out of it. But really, you should be thinking more than just the moment. You should be thinking about what does it look like beyond that. And I would like to think that these things get booked with a bit of a long-term vision, rather than let's just do it for a one-off feud or whatever. Hopefully it's got a long, because I think it's one of the biggest things you can do to someone, because you are pretty much changing everything about them. I mean, you're probably changing their music, their graphics, their presentation, maybe their ring gear, maybe their entrance gear, certainly changing their relationship with the audience, which is one of the biggest things you can change. You're changing potentially the way they wrestle, because now I'm guessing they're going to start cheating more. They're going to start berating the crowd more. They're going to start looking different. I mean, you're changing everything. You are completely changing everything. And this is why, like, I don't sign up to, like, turning people quickly. and I don't think people should turn many times in their careers, because I think it's the nuclear button. It's the biggest thing you can do. Like, the biggest weapon that you could launch is a nuclear bomb, right? This is like the nuclear bomb of wrestling. It changes and impacts everything. So I think you should only hit that button a few times in someone's career, rather than back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then it becomes a joke like Big Show. So yeah, I think, like, there's no point doing it with short-term vision. You got to think long-term. You gotta go into it with confidence, knowing that you've got loads of ideas and loads of things you can do, and what the presentation's going to be like. You should be really excited by all the possibilities. And I think we've done it before because we've needed a moment, because we've needed some shocking moment, and I don't think it's been given the thought that it deserves. So yeah, true. Right, here we go then. Raw is starting. Let's get our teeth into it. Mackenzie said, could Aldis be a part-time wrestler after the summer? He could do, but we touched on it earlier. I think that this is likely going to be one and done. But, yeah, I mean, he absolutely could. It might depend if he impresses. It might depend how the crowd reacts. I think Gunther wins. I think Gunther should win. You've got Gunther, who's about as good a heel as we've got, competing for titles. He's retired John Cena. I don't think that a Nick Aldis that's been out the game for as long as he has should come in and derail that, you know? So for me, I'd have Gunther go over. But then where do you go after that? Okay, we are just seeing Saturday night's main event recap. Hello, Bally Hodome. Shout out to you, my friends. He said, what were your best skills in retail? Wow, that's a great question. Best skills in retail. I think my best skills in retail were... That's a brilliant question. Best skills in retail. I think motivation and really sharp commercial offerings. A lot of stuff was planogrammed, but there was certainly areas of the store where you could, you could choose where to put. So they would say, right, we need a best of 2 for $10. We need a best of CD offering. We need a best of maybe Christmas films, best of box sets, best of whatever, right? But you had to sit down and map out where those things went. And you'd look at like how much money each thing's generating, and you'd look at your space. And you'd go, right, that needs 10 foot, that needs 5 foot. And I worked in a store in Southampton that had 3 floors. It had a music floor, it had a ground floor, which was like your main bestsellers, charts, and it's the main floor. And then the top floor was DVDs, Blu-rays, stuff like that. Games was at the back on the ground floor. And I think that sort of looking at numbers, knowing where things should sit, knowing how much space to give things, I think we got our commercial offering really, I think we nailed that. And I think motivation as well, because, I used to have like people that I used to look after, and, I think that was a team that always was, in a good mindset, switched on, ready to, put the best foot forward kind of a thing. And I think it comes down to treating people with respect. You treat people the way that you want to be treated. So, you're not just coming in and ranting and raving because things aren't right. I think I'm very good at trying to figure out, okay, if something's not gone right, why is it not gone right? If that should be something else and it's not, and I asked it to be that, why? Did they run out of time? Did they not know what they were meant to do? Did I not have the best sellers available for them? Like, how do I stop that going wrong next week? And I think you build up a system of okay, it didn't go right this week. I need to put a system in that fixes it next week. I think correcting issues, getting the commercial presentation correct, motivating the team, and, you know, problem solving and using systems to problem solve. I think all of that baked together were my strengths. I mean, my customer service was okay. I wasn't rude. But you just do that naturally, don't you? I can't say it was like a strength. I think that more those aspects were things I enjoyed more. That's the stuff I miss, really. We're starting with Javon. Ballyho said, what was the best display that you ever created and for what? Well, to be honest, I think the proudest stuff that I would do would be for like Christmas and Black Friday, because those I would always kind of stick around, do night shifts and get ready for the next day along with other people. And, you know, there was some really good displays that we did. We did like some really good British hip hop stuff where we ordered a load of British hip hop stuff in, and that's a little under the radar because obviously so much hip hop is driven by America. But actually, there's some brilliant old school British hip hop like London Posse and Lewis Parker, Roots Maneuver, and so you'd bring like a load of that in, get a really good display going. And as the years went by, we got less and less freedom as to that kind of thing. We used to be able to do like loads of displays and get loads of stuff in. You know, you could do some really cool, do you know what I mean? Like really dig into directors' back catalogues and dig into like certain genres and, you know, do these great big displays and get like books in as well. So you'd have books and movies, and you could do like, we did a whole decades thing as well. That was good. We went through a period like the company did where it would be like 80s week, and you'd have like all the great 80s films and all the great 80s albums and all that sort of stuff. And you could get like books and do like big displays, and we'd all dress up like 80s, or next week it'd be the 90s. It was over the summer and it was called Decades, and it was a whole Decades campaign. It was brilliant. So much fun. But the ones that I'm most fond of are like at Christmas when it's battered and you've done loads of take-ins and you got to get the shop fixed for the next day. You know, like think about the 19th of December, you got to get ready for the 20th. And then after that, the 21st. And then after that, the 22nd. And this is before Amazon took over, so the shop would get battered. Absolutely battered. So I think like pride in just getting the shop ready for the next day, presentable, making it look smart. Red stacked. Do you know what I mean? At Christmas, you just stack it up. So, yeah, it's kind of fun to think back to those days. I really loved those days. So, Mr. Rotella, I hope you are well, my friends. Been talking a lot, actually, about those NWA days because of Nick Aldis coming back to the ring. I'm sure you've heard, but he's actually going to have his first match in WWE. Nick Aldis taking on Gunther at SummerSlam. And it's going to be really good. Really, there's a lot of hype, a lot of excitement. Oh, hello, we're underway. So Vision coming out. It's going to be them against Javon. Oh, my God, straight through. Suicide dive. So it's Javon and it's Dragon Lee. No promo. We're going straight into some action here, which is very different, isn't it? Starting off with a match. We normally have like a Seth coming down or something along those lines, but instead we're going straight into action. So Vision coming down with Maxine, and we've got them taking on Javon and Dragon Lee. So yeah, Mr. Rotella, I hope you're well, my friend. If you are interested in politics, American politics in particular, occasionally a little bit of British politics I've seen, you can join Mr. Rotella over on Rumble. In the Dome. Over goes Theory. Let's move this over here. Boom. Ellis Dub, Maxine and Theory are a couple because they just started making out one week. That is how it works, Alistair. When you're older, you will find that out. You know, you take a shine to someone, you start making out, take them to the discotheque, yeah? Take them rollerblading. Go and catch a flick at the drive-in theatre. And then eventually ask her father for her hand in marriage. That's how it works. Giovanni gets the ropes, gets picked up. Boom! Planted down there by both members of the Vision. Maxine on the outside. Bron Breakker in there, pounding away on Javon. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people down on the fact that Bron is just in the ring right now, not feeling very special. But I think he's a broken experiment. I really do. Against the ropes. Javon slides on his knees. Backflip in the corner. Big boot coming in there by Javon. I think he's someone that needs a lot of work. Kick coming in. Fans are chanting for Logan. They're chanting Logan sucks more than kind of really paying attention to the action that's going on. Which is good for Logan. This is something he'll absolutely be thrilled about. Worst thing that can happen is if you don't get any attention. And he's getting plenty of attention right now. Dragon Lee climbing up. Logan on the edge of the ring. He's got his arm obviously all in a brace. He's at ringside. Trying to distract as Dragon Lee goes up. They've come straight out of the gates. Oh! Dragon Lee gets caught there by Brom. That gets people barking away. And more of this will be good for Brom. Bron actually chucking people down, getting the crowd barking, getting a connection with the audience. That'll be good. In a roundabout way, it will actually help him. Back elbow there, even if it does feel a little bit like a disrespect, him going into, you know, being a tag champ. He's gone from competing with CM Punk over a world title, being in a feud with Seth, to now being one half of the tag champs. Over in the corner goes Dragon Lee. James said, did you hear about the console shop? It's gone into administration, owing 16 million. It's a sad time for the high street. Do you know, I mean, not that I ever would have wanted that, but they were a real competitor to where I was working, and it was we were battling with them. I mean, they were obviously massive for trade-ins, and you know, our games market was, you know, nowhere near theirs. So, you know, we were always competing against them. I always loved having them around, though. I mean, I would go in and like buy stuff from them as well. So I don't know. It's just heartbreaking seeing like physical media declining. So, you know, to where it is now. This has to work for me, by the way. If this doesn't work, I'm screwed. Because as you said, you know, we're losing those kind of places. I'd have to go and work in a clothes shop. I don't know anything about fashion, clearly. Look at me. Jesus Christ. What am I going to speak to people about? Yeah? I'll have to work in a charity shop or a coffee shop. I don't even know what else is on the high street anymore. I'll have to raise money for charity or something like that. I think there's plenty of them people around. Theory going over. So this has to work. More than ever. Kick coming in. Logan sucks. Chance break out again. They've got ads on the Matt said Lone Star Friends. Yeah, they have for a while now. There does seem to be as more. I don't know if there's more. They're all colour now as well, which doesn't help. Do you remember when the Prime one started? I mean, we were down on that. And rightfully so, because we knew where it was going. And here we are. But that wasn't coloured in, was it? The first one was just the outline of the prime bottle. Now look at it, blooming Slim Jim. Right in the middle of the ring. KFC popcorn chicken. Riyadh season. Blue Chew. Bron Breakker charging over as Dragon Lee moves out the way. AB said, my best retail skills were problem solving, group collaboration, and brainstorming. Full angle Lesnar level execution every shift, says AB. I love that. I love that. It was so much fun. Having, like, working within a team and trying to achieve results and working with products that you genuinely care about, you know? Like, things that you love. I mean, I used to spend loads on, like, buying CDs and DVDs at the end of the day. And things that I was, like, caught my eye. So, yeah, it was just so good. Down goes Theory. Theory to the outsides. Young OG. See, I could go work in Smith's toy shop. I mean, that'd be good. I could work with WWE figures, but I'd have to work with other things. What if they put me on the girls section? What if they put me on the kids section and I'm working with little tykes or something? Do you know what I mean? What if I'm on board games? Or they put me on trampolines? I'll be like, I want to be on the boys' toys. Young OG running round over Big Air. Straight into Bron Breakker. In the Timekeeper's area. His energy is infectious. It is a fun way to start this show as Javon springboards, takes down Theory to... Crowd are loving it, by the way. Crowd are really into what we're getting here. I don't quite know how we got to the match, though. I don't remember this being announced last week. I don't even remember this being Was this on the preview? There was only 2 things on the preview, wasn't there? This wasn't even on the preview. LA Knight goes one-on-one with Jacob. Penta joins forces with Chad against Ethan and Rick. Where's this match come from? Stomp coming in there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee all kinds of fired up. Logan gets on the edge of the ring. He is providing a distraction. There's a sign in the crowd that says Carmelo needs pyro. And as I was reading that, Maxine grabs the leg of Dragon Lee. 1, 2, no, Javon makes the save. Bron Breakker with the spear, absolutely murking the young OG, and that probably is going to be it. Tag being made, Bron Breakker in, Theory, some double teamwork, against the ropes, picking up pace, Bron Breakker, boom, connects, down goes Dragon Lee, and it is a win for the Vision. Fun. Ain't down on it. It's maybe a little bit of a strange beginning because I'm sure Adam Pearce said that it was going to be Seth that was going to be opening the show. Here's Alpha Academy. We got Otis. We got Tozawa. They're coming down. Tozawa throwing in some shots there on Theory. Oh my God. Otis is in there. Boom! Down goes Theory. Tozawa suicide dive onto Bron Breakker. I mean, even I think it's a little bit maybe too far to have Bron being wiped out by Akira Tozawa, but, you know, whatever. Maxine in there slaps Otis. Slaps Otis. She jumps out the ring. Clothesline there by Otis to Bron Breakker. Yeah, one-man wrecking machine. Otis collides into Theory in the corner. Bron Breakker was behind him. Big clothesline to the outsides. Otis going out. Tozawa coming round. They're stripping the commentary table. Maxine's doing nothing. Logan's doing nothing. Cowards. Why is Logan not walloping him with a belt or something? I don't understand. Bron Breakker runs round with a spear. Bron Breakker marking Otis. Forearm there by Theory. Maxine is gone up top. Is she going to do a splash, or is she just watching from a higher vantage point? Maxine is quite high up. Theory now has got Otis. Oh, he's picking up speed. Bron Breakker picking up speed. He's about to mark Otis. Boom! And he does. And he does. Well, there we go. There we go. I'm waiting for the day when Theory is holding an opponent for Bron, and then Bron spears Theory, said Daryl. I like it. I could see that. RTX said, do we think WWE should have the women's tag champs on both shows or mainly on one show? I don't mind them being on both. I think what I'd probably do is I'd have the men do the same. I don't think we need 2 men's tag belts. I don't think the division is ever big enough, active enough, good enough. So I don't mind the women really defending those belts on any of the brands. I'd probably have the men do the same. Imagine, you know, Vision rocking up in NXT defending against some of them teams. Okay, right now we've got JD. He's got his... give us our money. We've got Danhausen. Danhausen has gone to get the money. What's this? Oh, here he is. Big Cass. Big Cass. Why? Shocking turn. Tears ACL. We're just looking at his history and some of the headlines. Erratic behavior and... It's a brilliant video package. It's great. It's brilliant. I love those video packages. I don't think there was anything in there, though, that teased Enzo, other than some Enzo. I saw the odd Enzo mention about him turning on Enzo. But, yeah. It's weird. I do worry that it's a little bit like Jade's. You know, like where I don't think Big Bill set the world on fire in AEW. It feels like we've managed to get him back for WWE and we're now presenting him like this major deal. That's exactly what we did with Jade, and it didn't work out. I don't think it's worked. And I would worry that we're just doing the same now with him. But I gotta say, I can only judge what I'm being shown, and it's good. Right now we got Raquel and we've got Roxanne. So they're talking to Byron. Everyone in the Judgment Day has got their eyes set on gold. Next week. Yeah. Okay. So Raquel's going to challenge Sol Ruka next week for the IC Championship. Next week, when you address me, I'll be your new Women's Intercontinental Champion. So, Raquel Sol Ruka next week. And Raquel is very, very confident she'll be getting that championship next week. Okay. Big Cass needs to be used as a mid-card hoss. If he tags with Enzo, I'll worry they'll just become irrelevant in a few months. He's a really solid mid-card body to have around, said Ellis Dub. James said, I think the Enzo tease will be on that final vignettes. Yeah, I mean, the streets are saying that they were looking to bring them both back together. So I was half expecting Enzo to sort of hear his voice or pop up to some degree in that vignette. I was a little surprised when he didn't, to be honest. Could it be that it's next week? Could it be that we're, because that's the one that I think people are really going to pop for. Or be, everyone's waiting for Enzo, really. So you could be right. Denise said, what about when he beat up Carmella? I wonder how Corey feels about Cass coming back, but not his wife. And to have a bias against his wife's ex and abuser. I don't know anything about him beating up Carmella, to be honest with you. That is not anything I am aware of. I know they did used to go out and see each other. I know that there could be some awkwardness between him and Corey as a result, but I don't know, man. Stuff about terms like abuser are not things I know about, so something I'll have to have a look into before he returns. I'm sure that is going to be all over social media if there is truth to all of that, because we know how WWE fans are. They do not forget those things. Okay, again, we're just seeing back to Saturday night's main event. Up Alert said, Daze, I hope all is well. I heard that Jon Moxley has signed a brand new AEW contract, and I'm sad. I am an AEW fan, but I did want to see a Shield reunion, so we can dream. I think you'll get him for a Hall of Fame. I'm not sure if you get one more run. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I just think he's more interested in the AEW style and presentation. Okay, here's Danhausen. This feels strange to be doing a Danhausen thing this early. This is sort of like when we would be going kind of to our first match, maybe already in our first match. Bringing Danhausen out now is quite early for a Danhausen segment, but hopefully they've got some juicy up their sleeve. He's in the ring with a big bag of money. Oh, I believe it to be money. Might not be money. Okay, Danhausen then with this case holds his arm in the air, microphone in the air. Hello, Detroithausen. I thought I took care of Judgment Day on Saturday. Danhausen hit my car, says that sign. Oh, but are we at a commercial break? This feels like a commercial break spot. He's talking of giving the money to the fans. Judgment Day are coming down. I am finding this show to be very, very strange. There's not one person that deserves a single dollar of Judgment Day money. Okay, well, Judgment Day are coming down and they're livid. They're getting in the ring. This does feel like a commercial break spot. He curses them. They grab a hold of him. Could we get the reveal of the monster he's been working on, or is that why this segment's here? Shot coming in there by Liv. Danhausen goes down. Joe Hendry to the rescue. What is this? What's going on? Joe Hendry comes down to Danhausen's rescue. Judgment Day get their money back. He's told them all that they're cursed. Can we fight at Judgment Day, says Connor. I could be wrong, but I think Danhausen may get a match against Judgment Day at SummerSlam with Joe, said Rapturous. Well, it certainly seems like he's in this conversation now. Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't understand. I mean, it's just such a nothing segment. Danhausen comes out with money, gets beaten up. Joe Hendry makes the save. That is literally it. It's just a lot of nothing, really. It's so quick as well that, like, I could believe that was something they had planned at some point to just do during a commercial break. Feels like that whole thing could have played out during a commercial break. It was that fast. Don't know. It is also very interesting that Seth was originally announced for opening the show and now he hasn't. That says to me that we've changed some stuff here. We've moved some things around. Okay, we're backstage now. They're looking inside the briefcase. The money in there was fake. Oh, there's Oba. JD chucked the bag behind him. Oh. Okay, but that was pretty good. Okay, so we've booked Dominic against Joe Hendry, and we've booked JD against Oba. So a couple of matches have been made out of this show. Oba's coming down now. That's no bad thing. It does feel very weird, though, as an episode. It does feel very... I don't know, like we haven't booked an episode and we're just trying to book as we go along. Like, right, let's do this. We can get 2 matches out of this. Here's Oba then. Oba versus JD. As you said, can't be down on Oba being in action. Oba. There we go. We cut to the strut cam. You lots seemingly didn't love that opening match. You scored it. Good 92, which is a bit down. I'm quite surprised, actually, that you weren't more into it. Felt like it started the show off pretty hot. Perhaps you weren't into the Alpha Academy stuff after? I'm not too sure. Let's have a look and see. I mean, look, maybe I'm well off. I know Danhausen and Joe are really popular. Let's have a look and see what you lot thought of that segment, the Danhausen segment. Obafemi in the ring then. We're going to commercial break. And now a squash match is coming. I do love Oba, but this is whack. Who said that? Brian, shout out to you, but okay, Oba in the ring. Daze, when do we think Stephanie will return from injury? Well, it doesn't look like it's going to be this side of SummerSlam, so I would say either at SummerSlam or just after SummerSlam. Again, no update on her injury, but she's already been out for a little while. We haven't seen her since WrestleMania, so unless it's something really serious, which I'm not aware that it is. But then look at what happened to blooming Bianca. You know, she just had a finger injury and was expecting to be out for a month or two. We haven't seen her since. I mean, granted, she did get pregnant, but yeah, we haven't seen her since. So I honestly don't know. There's no words on Stephanie, but I wouldn't be expecting her this side of SummerSlam. There's no reason to believe she will be, so they could save her for just after. But not down on these matches, said Dean. Brony said, did anyone see the Stephanie cosplay at Fanatics Fest? Yes. I saw the clip doing the rounds that apparently she had gone viral. She was good. I mean, she looked just like her. Yeah, it was good. It's crazy. I feel like I should be a mod on the channel, said Shakeem. I've been on this a long time. Well, when it comes to mods, we just sort of bring them in when we need them. It's not really about how long have you been here. Do you deserve it? I mean, there would be a list very, very long if we kind of took that approach. I mean, there's people that have been with us for like years and years and years. The way that I've always done it is that, you know, if it feels like ever things are out of control and we need a mod, I look to see who was around at that time, because that person, if they had been a mod at that point, could have helped us. So that's kind of how I've always really done it. You know, there's a long mental list that I've got of like people that you could absolutely give it to. And I gotta tell you, it's a long list as well. It's a long list because there's a lot of people that have been with this channel a hell of a long time. So I don't really do it that way. I do it more like if it felt like it was out of control, or it feels like it's out of control, then I'll look to see who's in the chat at that point. But I mean, we've got a healthy amount of mods, so really we don't find ourselves in that situation, which is why the mod conversation never kind of comes up or is never really needed. So I don't really like it being a badge of honor or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't really like it being seen as being these are the chosen special people or whatever. They're just here to make sure the community is the great place that it is. So I think we can say it works because I think, you know, people all the time say they really enjoy hanging out. And it's the mods that kind of really help achieve that. So definitely credit to their work. They do a fantastic job. JD does not want to get into the ring here with Oba. So there's a bit of arguing in the entranceway. Joe and Danhausen have come down. They've shoved Dominic and JD in the ring. Right now, we've got Oba murking both of them. Dominic gets thrown to the outsides. And JD is Throwing in some kicks, throwing in some chops. It ain't going to do much. JD against the ropes. Huge back body. That back body drop looks so good. That back body drop. Dude just touched the ceiling with that. Obafemi colliding repeatedly into JD and again. Oba with JD. Chucks him. Hurls him. Picks him up, going for a ride. Oh, fall from grace. 1, 2, 3. Oba wins. We don't need to review it. It was so short. I mean, what I will say about it, short, but impactful. So there we go. Obafemi chucking around JD, but there's really not much to review. Okay, Oba in the ring. 40 minutes into the show. No more nonsense. No more BS. No more of this fake money stuff, because the real money is at Hell in a Cell. Oba was about to leave the ring, but he doesn't. Oh, he goes back, poses. Oba strikes a pose as the fans are chanting for him. Oba. Oba. Danhausen and Joe Hendry have made the show a complete joke. Like cringe TNA days. Will this be a pattern going forward, said Benito. I don't know. I mean, we've done one match. Then we've done the Danhausen segment, which has led to the Oba match. I do think this show is going to be divided opinion at the moment. I'd love to know if the dirt sheets can find out any reason as to why this show has seemingly changed. Because again, yesterday we were told Seth was opening the show. That was only 24 hours ago. Okay, Byron is with Sol Ruka. She's defending next week against Raquel. She's stoked. Someone's interrupting. Oh, it's Lyra. She looks drunk. You're just perfect, aren't you? Sol said, this is not like you. It's actually really good from Lyra. I'm not really good. Whether it's you or whether it's Raquel, I'm coming back for what's mine. I hope you're ready, says Lyra. She was like, you're just perfect. You're like the golden girl, aren't you? So there we go. LA Knight taking on Jacob tonight, says Byram. I loved it when Becky kept calling Lyra Loony Lyra or Corrupt Lyra. Lyra's new character is great. She really doesn't need to be involved with the IC title, though, but it is interesting. Well, of course, I mean, it makes you think, doesn't it, that she goes after that thinking she's dealt with Bayley and then Bayley interrupts. You know, I could totally see that happening. Okay, we're back from commercial break. They're just talking about Zuffa. Days for an Iron Man stipulation. It could entice wrestlers by promising that the member on each team that scores the most points or breaks the opponent's pinfalls could get a world title shot. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm into it. I'm more into it than I am War Games, but there's just no sign that War Games is going away, unfortunately. Okay, they're just showing us Fanatics Fest. DJ Khaled. Oh, Rhea meeting Jalen Brunson. I mean, to be honest, I bet it's great for the superstars. I bet they get to meet a load of people, don't they? That they're fans of. Bit of a commotion. Oh, it's Solo. I was going to say, I heard people then going, oh. Solo is here. He's not come out the entranceway. He's come through the timekeeper's area. Solo in the ring. Pace of this is different. You know, that leads to that. This leads to this. Now Solo coming through the crowd, like... Solo's calling out Seth. Seth's coming out. It really feels different. But Seth's coming out now? Or he's called him out now? And he's coming out now? Seth and Solo. What's this about? Suppose they've both got issues with the bloodline. Kind of my enemy's enemy is my friend type situation. Okay. Solo is going to try and recruit Seth to go against Bloodline. So he kind of already is, isn't he? I mean, he's facing Roman at SummerSlam. Seth then on the edge of the ring, about to make his way into the ring. 10 minutes or so away from the start of hour number 2. Seth and Solo. I wonder what's going on with Vanta the Unknown, says Street Fighter Ingrid. Ellis Stubb said, so much thunder where I'm at. It sounds like Upside Down is leaking into my neighborhood, said LS Stubb. Willow said Solo is going to talk about Roman to Rollins. Okay, Seth in the ring then. Crowd are woeing away. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Monday Night Rollins. Let me welcome you to Monday Night Rollins. Was he running late? Is it that? Has he only just arrived? Are we talking or are we fighting? I don't think we're fighting. I'm here to talk. I know you're focused on getting ready for Roman. It's not going to be you against Roman. It's not going to be one-on-one. I know what they're going to do. I know how they think. I can watch your back at SummerSlam. Okay. It's not a bad proposition, is it? I mean, if Roman's going to cheat using the Usos, it's probably not a bad proposition. But you'd just be like, don't you dare start anything. I don't want my win tainted. If we work together, maybe we do something special. Solo's like, yes, 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 yes. Seth says, let me think about it. Yeah, I don't hate that response. I can understand him not jumping at it. Oh. Think about it. What you did for Cody years ago, I can do the same thing for you. Oh, this is good. I get the feeling this was meant to be the opening segment. This strikes me as the opening segment. This is what the show should have opened with or would have opened with. Jacob gets in. Solo leaves. I like this segment. I think he's given Seth something to think about there. Jacob in the ring. Boom! Super kick! Super kick by Seth! I didn't know what he was going to do then. Ah, he's got a smart... I don't know that that's helped. Is that a good strategy? I'm not sure it is. Jacob turns around, walks straight into a super kick. He goes down. Seth Rollins walks away. Well, we didn't get any conclusion, did we, on that proposition? So we've left it hanging. So is Solo going to help Seth? Short segment again, you know. You know, like the Danhausen segment was quite short. That was quite short. Someone somewhere has had a conversation about we need to cut the time for the segments down. We turn the wrestling up. We turn the amount of time given to segments down. That's how it feels. If Solo is going back to the bloodline, is what Jacob on... Hang on, Jacob then Solo helping Seth feels like the setup for that return. Like a setup for Solo going back to the bloodline. Could be, with a betrayal. Could be. But he is at odds with them at the moment, unless it's, you know, a kind of swerve. Things are going on that we don't see behind the scenes. I mean, they are still all family, of course. Brony said, everyone gets cheered nowadays. It's hard to tell who's a heel. Most of the top stars are going to get cheered regardless of what they do, says Brony. I do agree it's hard to get heat. I think it's still possible to get heat. Okay, Ethan's coming out. I think this was a tag match, was it not, that was announced? This was one of the matches we did have announced. Here's Rusev. Ethan and Rusev teaming together. Bangaranga! Okay, match number 3. If we count JD Ober. Rusev and Ethan. I believe this is Penta and Chad. Yeah. Coming up next, brought to you by Papa John's. Rusev and Ethan versus Penta and Chad. Nice. Right. Keep getting your votes in for the Seth segment. What did you think about the Seth segment? It's a good thing that promos are shorter. Why are we even complaining, said Can't Stop, Won't Stop. I don't know that we are complaining. I think that the Seth... I didn't need the Danhausen segment going much longer. I could have done with something a bit more meaningful in it. I did wonder if there would be a tease. I mean, could you imagine if we'd, you know, Danhausen was getting beaten up and then we kind of cut onto the screen where you see in his lab and you see that sort of blanket start to move, you know? Like, and we sort of tease that that creature is starting to come to life, whatever, and then Judgment Day look at each other and sort of leave Danhausen. And like that could have been interesting. Instead, we have Joe Hendry come down, which to me is just nowhere near as exciting. And that was it, really. We did a little backstage stuff, which got us to a couple of matches, most notably JD and Ober, the other one being Joe against Dominic. And then, of course, we've just done another segment there, which I thought was really engaging. You know, what was Seth going to decide? Jacob comes down. Maybe we could have had Jacob saying a few words to Seth first, you know. We haven't really seen Usos or Jacob interact with Seth, so maybe there was an opportunity to have a bit of an exchange, a verbal exchange, where Seth actually puts the points that Solo just made to Jacob and see what Jacob says in response. Still could have ended with a super kick, but I think there was maybe an opportunity to milk a bit more out of that segment. But, I mean, I wouldn't say that I was necessarily complaining about it. I still thought it was engaging. Right now, we've got Ethan just talking to the crowds. Obviously, just trying to get some heat. As when we're back from commercial break, we're going to have Penta and Chad come down. Austin said, a pet peeve is when wrestlers chant one more time when the heels are beating up the baby faces. Is that a WWE issue for not creating great heels, or fans just stupids? Oh, what, when the fans chant one more time at a heel beating up on a baby face? To be honest, I think it's... I don't know if it's a WWE thing or if that happens in AEW and other promotions. I mean, obviously, I don't really watch other promotions right now. But, I mean, I think it is true that there's a challenge getting heat in this day and age. But I think you look at Liv and you look at Gunther, and you look at Dominic, and you can see that it is possible to actually get heat and to get a crowd kind of booing you and being against you. But yeah, I mean, you have to really put some work into it. I don't think it's easy. I think there is a real art to being a heel. I think it is a real skill. And I think some of those skills are maybe not possessed by everyone on the roster these days. I think you really do have to go off on the crowd, but it's not really good enough to just like tell them they look ugly and they're, you know, all this kind of stuff. You've kind of got to get like really specific. You've got to get in the weeds. You've got to make it personal. You've got to going off on the local sports team normally generates a bit of heat. I love what Dominic was doing in New York, using the jersey to wipe his trainers. I mean, that is, do you know what I mean? It's one thing to come out and say the Knicks suck. It's another thing to actually get a Knicks jersey and clean your shoes with it. I really like that. And it got a really big reaction as well. So I think that it is still possible to get heat. I think it is still possible to be a heel. But I do also think it's, I don't want to say a dying art. I just think that it is an art, and it takes a fair bit of work to get right. And we do have a lack of really good heels at the moment. I'm going to crush everyone tonight, says Rusev. Here comes Chads. Hello, Sonny. Hope you're doing well, buds. Brony said, I blame international crowds. I think their crowds are good and vocal, but American crowds pick up on stuff the international ones do, like singing people's themes. I think there's a bit of a problem with international crowds in the sense of they're getting a lot of praise for the energy. And I think there are some people that really do go to the shows now wanting to show that we're the best crowd, we bring the most energy. And actually what's maybe started to happen a little bit is that there's a disconnect between the crowd and the show, where some of those international crowds are just trying to make noise, they're just trying to get chants going, they're just trying to bring energy. And, you know, I'd actually be critical even of the French crowd for that. Maybe not the first time we went, but and I found that there was moments during the matches where it was getting a bit tense, and really you want the crowd to get behind the baby face, and you're looking for the crowd to provide, you know, a bit of something, a bit of support, a bit of rooting for some, and instead they're just, you know what I mean, partying away in the singing their song and everything. They're just having a great time in the crowd, which you can't really be down on, but there's definitely at moments I found there to be a disconnect where I really want the crowds to be, do you know what I mean, clapping away, rooting for people, but instead they're just off, just singing, dancing, cheering, chanting, which maybe takes away a little bit from the drama of the action in the ring, you know. So I don't know. I mean, I agree with you. I think there's pros and cons to even international crowds. I think the pros well outweigh the cons. I think they well outweigh them because the energy they provide, people like, yeah, man, it just hits different, you know. I mean, certainly like when AJ Styles was about to have his match with Cody, and you know the arena is shaking so much, the seats are shaking, the hard cam is bouncing because it's just in the stands, and like the stands are, you know what I mean, the visual for that was amazing. So the pros definitely outweigh the cons, but yeah, I think you can understand people being influenced. You can understand other crowds, you know, American crowds wanting to show that we've got that as well, wanting to show, you know, it's not just in Europe they can have fun and whatever. So I think there probably is some influencing that goes on. I just hope it's the good things that get influenced and not, you know, some of the bad things as well. Penta then down. We're just waiting for this to get started. We are done with hour 1. We're into hour 2. Kader said Ethan wanted to change his theme because of fans singing it. It's smart in a kayfabe sense because of him being a heel. Very smart. Yeah, very smart. If you're a heel and there's something about you the fans like, get rid of it. I mean, to be honest, that was sort of John Cena's mindset in the sense of, I'm a heel. You've always wanted to know what I would do if I was a heel. What would my music be? What would my ring gear be? What would my graphics be? He didn't change any of it apart from the graphics just went black with his name in white. That was it. Because that's all you deserve. You can't love that. There's not really anything to love, is there? Black with a white font. Ring gear. I could do something different. I ain't going to. Because you might find it cool. So I'm just going to wear the exact same thing I've always wore. Music. Yeah, I could change it. You could think it's a really great theme. Not going to. Just going to keep it the same. So you can sort of understand that mindset, but the only problem is people always wanted to know what heel Cena looked like because heel Cena, you know, could have wore different gear, could have had different music and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, it turned out that what they actually did was very little. But I get it. I get why. Because they didn't want the fans taken to it. Duck underneath there by Penta. Chad launching himself off the top. So we're going to end the poll. What did you think about Seth and Solo and all of that stuff? Trini said, I never wanted shorter promos. I just want good ones. I didn't want shorter matches. I just wanted good ones. I don't want longer matches again. I just want good ones. WWE is failing me, said Trini. Good comment. Good comment. What Trini's saying there is it's not about the length. It's about if it satisfies. And I've got to be honest, I think a lot of us are very, very relieved to hear that. I think there's a lot of us here right now that are breathing a big sigh of relief. Going, Jesus Christ, thank God. Thank God someone said it. Doesn't matter if it's long, doesn't matter if it's short. So what if there's not much girth? I mean, much content. Did it satisfy? Did you have a lovely evening? Yeah. Did you wake up the next morning with a smile on your face? Well, at this point, we don't know. We'll have to see how we feel tomorrow. Ethan grabbing Penta. Shot coming in there by Ethan. Laxo said, Daze, what did you do today? And are we doing more toy hunts? Laxo, shout out to you. What did I do today? I did the stream yesterday. I then had something to eat and I went to bed for an hour or two because I hadn't had much sleep following Saturday night's main event. So when I got up, I actually got up as Spain were walking around the field holding the World Cup. So I didn't see like the goal, or I still haven't seen the goal actually. But obviously I saw Spain won in extra time. I heard the game was boring, so good. I didn't miss anything. And then I set up a new TikTok. I set up a new Instagram. I found out that my Facebook has been unblocked. So all of that was positive. So I did all of that. Then I was looking into a few things that I want to do in the future, which I wasn't sure how to do. So I went to ChatGPT to kind of try and figure that out. So I was doing that for a bit. And then, honestly, I probably spent about 5 hours on the 3-minute video that went out. There's a short that's of the figure set. Mattel got in touch with me the other day, completely out of the blue for the first time in years. They got in touch and they were like, would you like us to send you the San Diego Comic-Con 3-pack thing? And I was like, Yes, please. You haven't sent me anything in years and years and years. Not that I mind. I mean, it's up to them if they want to send anything, but yeah, I was surprised. I kind of thought that relationship was sort of done because we just hadn't been doing figure stuff for so long, you know. You could sort of understand Mattel moving on. So, yeah, I was really shocked that they got in touch. I was very grateful. Because as I've been saying, I still love Mattel stuff and I still collect some of their figures. And so I wanted to make sure that I did that right. I wanted to make sure that I did a good job. I wanted to make sure that, like, I got across all the thoughts. And I kind of thought, should I do a video? And I was like, I think it'd be better if I did a short. Because with the short, I can put it on Instagram. I can put it on TikTok. I can put it on Facebook. A video would just live on YouTube and that would be it. I think I can get it in more places if it's a short. So I decided to do a short. But honestly, it takes so long to film it, get the figures out the packaging, film all of those, then add half an hour of footage that I had to edit down. Then I did a voiceover that didn't work, so I had to scrap that, do it again. By the time it was all done and uploaded, it took about 5 hours in total. So I did all of that. Then I went to bed. Then I got up. Then I caught up with the news. Then I did a members stream. And now I'm here now. That's pretty much my life in the past 24, 48 hours. Belly to belly there by Chad. Chad with a German there for Ethan. Gable is all fired up. Looking. Oh, angle slam. Going for the cover, but I don't think he's going to get a 3 count here. No. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Right now, he's dragging Ethan over to the corner. Chad going up top. Looking for a moonsault. Ethan moves. Big kick coming in. Looking for a suplex. No joy. Ethan. Tag. Rusev in. Oh, it looked like he was trying for an angle slam there. Kick coming in. Rusev drives Chad down. 1, 2. Oh, Penta with a kick and it looked moody. Really booted him in the side of the head there, Penta. Big shot coming in by Ethan. Ethan goes to the outsides. Over the top goes Penta. Okay, right now we got Chad, we got Rusev. They're both getting... Oh, shot coming in. Shot again. Another shot coming back there by Rusev. These two exchanging blows back and forth. Chad and Rusev exchanging right hands. Crowd are booing and cheering as these shots are being exchanged. Down goes Chad. Accolade. Accolade is in. I feel like I've seen so many people survive the Accolade that it just doesn't really have the same impact now when it's on. This doesn't feel like Chad's in like horrific danger. And he isn't. He's managing to get out of it. He's on his knees. He's trying to get up. Rusev with a headbutt to the back. Stomp coming in there by Rusev. Grabs Chad. Throws Chad into the corner. Penta goes down. Chad again trying to get the Accolade, but Chad turns it into an ankle lock. Ankle lock is in. Penta. Boom! Mexican Destroyer. And Rusev taps. Rusev taps to the ankle lock. Rusev taps. Andy said, Daze, I'm about to get a plane home. I left your head in MSG. Andy, I did see it, but it was mentioned during our stream. Obviously, a massive thank you. We managed to point you out in the breakdown as well. I did have people going, is that someone's got your head in the crowd? I must have missed it. I didn't even know you were there. Did you go over for Saturday night's main event? Is that why you went? Or did you go for the football or... To be honest, if you're about to get a plane, don't worry about it. Just get on the plane. But I'll have to have a chat with you when you are properly back. I didn't realise you'd gone back over. AI Nickelback, I'm dying, says Trini. TJF says, let's go AI Nickelback. Okay, we're just looking at the history of Seth and Roman. TJF said, I never understood why people wanted to know what a heel Cena looked like. When he was heel in the beginning of his career as the Doctor of Thugonomics, we had it when he was at his best. I suppose it was just because, like, he moved away from all of that and he became, you know, what he became with the jorts and the brightly coloured shirts, and he did that for so long and he was on top for so long that it became a conversation, didn't it, of like, what would this version of him look like as a heel? And it just became a bit of a thing where people wanted to see it, but it just got left too late. As we said, like, trying to do it at the very end of his career in the final year just struck me as, well, like, I mean, it was what it was. Apparently Triple H said, you know, it's either now or never. And that is what it was, wasn't it? It did feel like it was now or never. We either do it or we'll never do it. So they decided to do it. But I don't really feel like that was a good enough reason. We're backstage with Seth and he bumps into Jacob. Hit me, says Seth. Hit me with your rhythm stick. You're under strict orders to not lay a finger on me. If I beat Roman at SummerSlam, do I get his title and his bag, boy? If there's anything left of you after SummerSlam, I'm going to beat your ass. So, we were talking about a little verbal exchange between Seth and Jacob. Rather than doing it in that segment earlier, they've just given it to us as a backstage moment. Right, I don't know if we're at commercial break. They're just showing us last week. No. They're just showing us Maxine and the Vision and everything that's gone down there. RTX said, 2 years ago we had Bad Bloods. Would that not be a good PLE? They could use the end of the year. The main matches could be some type of blood matches. Well, end of the year is difficult. We were saying the other day about how December is just not a good time for WWE. They've done PLEs in December that just don't do well ratings-wise because I think it's the holidays. I think there's so much disruption. There's present buy-in. There's going out and seeing family and seeing friends. And if you work in retail, whatever, it just goes mental at that time of year. So trying to sit down and watch a show on a Saturday night, whatever, is like really, really difficult. I think there are challenges to December. I mean, I don't know if that's enough of a reason to not do anything. So we could do some, but we did used to do TLC. But my understanding is the views for that were never setting the world on fire. So I don't know. I feel like the show that we sort of wrap the year up with is Survivor Series. And then we just do a Saturday night's main event in December. And they seem to be quite happy with that. That's what we did last year. Haven't heard any rumors we're going to do anything different this year. I don't think a Bad Blood would bring in big views. I think it's more the time of year is just not good. And I'd imagine the football season's in a pretty good place at that point as well, because, I mean, the whole football season finishes in February for the Super Bowl. So I've got to think there's probably a fair few games going on in December on top as well, so... January might be worse when it comes to football, I don't know. Or maybe the games, like, it really starts kind of thinning out as teams get, like, eliminated, whatever. I don't know. I don't know what the schedule looks like, but I'd imagine that's another black mark for December. We got an Unreal advert right now. Days, I'm confused, which doesn't take much, says James. I knew that Corbin returned. He showed back up, but he showed back up in MLW the other day. Perhaps they've got... Is it taped? Is MLW taped? If it's taped, that might explain it. If it's live, then perhaps they've reached an agreement where he just sees out some dates. Don't know. That would be confusing, yeah. And he said, I went for Fanatics, but then they announced the Saturday night's main event. Also, it was crazy with the football. Well, Andy, I hope you had a fantastic time. I'm sure you did. Going over for Fanatics Fest, I bet that was really special with the amount of people that you can meet. Who did you meet? Who did you go and see? Yeah, in fact, they're just talking about it now. They're just showing Trick. Introducing Tyrese Halliburton. Days, what do we think about Jacob and Jimmy's characters now? Are we bored with it? I feel like the focus the past few weeks has just sort of died down a little on them. I don't find them as exciting as a few weeks back. Right now we've got Heyman. Looks like we're just hyping up the Hell in a Cell. Yeah, I found the characters more interesting a few weeks ago. Jimmy was trying to play Peacekeeper. Jay was going off the rails. Jacob was just fully kind of, you know, I love you, Roman. But we don't really get, like, backstage segments. I don't know where Jay has gone. We don't really get, like, locker room backstage segments involving them where we dig into the relationships. I mean, I'd love to see a little Jimmy Jacob thing. I'd love to see that backstage where we dig into that. I mean, we know that Jacob doesn't really care about the Usos or care for the Usos, but they're going to have to work on the same team, aren't they? At SummerSlam. So I feel like there's some meat there that we need to kind of get into. I think it'd be really good if it turns out there's a decent reason as well why there's some heat. Imagine if there was something like, you know what happened. You know why there's problems. And it's like, where's that going? We could even have that kind of hanging over it, which could be good. But instead, we're not really doing anything, are we? There's not really anything there to get excited about at the moment. Right, we got the scores for that last match. You lot said it was good 94. Heyman just talking about how Oba thinks he's going to rule. But the truth is, you can't beat Brock Lesnar. This rookie year is not going down in history the way everyone wants. It's all going to come to a violent end. Overrated. Pretty standard. Heyman worked there, to be honest. It was fine. There's not really anything said. I don't know what he can say other than the usual. Okay, we're just seeing the graphic for Ober and Lesnar. Okay. I just wish there was another heel like Ethan feuding with Tom Brady instead of Logan. It would benefit Ethan. You're going to have to wait a while since Logan is still injured, said Rapturous. Yeah, I agree. That would benefit Ethan. Arde said Lyra just messed up big time on Raw. Everyone was shocked. Byron Soul, even Lyra herself during a promo, she claimed she ran Bailey out of here, says Arde. Trini said we haven't found the one that's the right fit yet. Feel like I've walked halfway into a conversation there. Right. Logan's a coward, said Connor. Okay, we're just hearing from Michael Cole. Fact of the night. Roman and Seth have got a combined 13 World Championships. Wow, good for them. It's another... God, they've done a lot of this tonight. It's been a lot of like history of Seth and Roman. Again, I'm not down on it. Dean Ambrose being shown. I mean, you can't really talk about the Shields without showing Dean. I think it'd be really petty if they like cropped him out. Just focused on Roman and Seth. So... Good that they are showing all three members and we're not doing any stupid nonsense. Daze, how good of a wrestler was Nick Aldis? He was good. I mean, I didn't watch him when he was in TNA, but I watched him when he was in NWA and carried himself with dignity. He was the NWA champion. He had a long run with it. I think one of the longest in recent years, actually. And he was very credible. He won matches clean. He was a very good competitive wrestler as well. Had a great series of matches with Cody, actually, where the championship went back and forth. And I don't know where we are now because, I mean, I'm talking 5-6 years ago. That is not an insignificant amount of time. And also, he's been out the game for a while, so ring rust is a very real thing. So I think against a talent like Gunther, he's going to look very good. And also, I think people are going to have low expectations because most people just know him as being GM. I think most people know that he used to be a wrestler, but most casual fans and kids are not going to know his backstory. Certainly are not going to have watched him in NWA. Maybe the odd person caught him in TNA. But, yeah, truth is, I'd imagine that there's going to be people sleeping on how good he is. And he is, I think, going to be presented as being good. The way I would book the match is I would have Gunther belittle him. Sort of say, like, I know you used to be a wrestler, but you never made it. You know, and like really belittle his achievements. Kind of, then you have Gunther come down, mocking him, and you know, you make Aldis look good. You have Gunther having to kick out at 2.9 and like shocked by what's going on, and obviously the commentators going, "Did you expect this?" You know, Nick Aldis is wrestling the match of his life right now. We are watching something very, very special. Gunther is being taken to the limit, and he better wake up, because if he doesn't, he might be staring one of the biggest upsets in the face here. And actually make out this is like Cape Verde against Argentina, you know? Make out that this is a complete mismatch and what is going on. And you kind of present it that way. And ultimately, I'd have Gunther get the win. But it's one of those where Nick Aldis comes out with nothing but respect. People are like, oh my God, did you see what he did? I mean, he's not going to be bouncing all over the ring doing Javon Evans stuff, but do you know what I mean? He's going to be hitting clotheslines, coming off against the ropes, shoulder tackle, drop kicks, suplexes. It's going to be a standard wrestling affair. He's not someone known for doing triple springboard attacks and all this, right? But he can put sequences of moves together. He knows how to build a match. He knows how to get the crowd out the seat. He knows how to, you know, put drama into a contest. And I think the story's there, isn't it, to tell that story of, did you expect this? I can hear Michael say, I did not expect to be seeing this from the general manager. Gunther being pushed to his limit. I can see all of that playing out. Ultimately, Gunther gets over the line because I just think, you know, he's been the more active star. He's one of the biggest heels we've got. Yeah, you can turn it into a feud, whatever, but at the moment, it could be one and done. Gunther gets it, but maybe he also finds a healthy amount of respect for Nick in the process. Okay, Joe Hendry coming out. We've got an hour left of this show. 1 hour left to go. Okay, let's get... Done the poll for Rusev, Ethan, Penta, Chance. We need to change this over. It's Joe versus Dom. I think that Seth was babyface, but he acted heelish tonight. This is why I'm not a huge fan, because he seems to switch between babyface and heel, and it's annoying, says Matt. I didn't take him as being a heel. I took him as being a babyface tonight. I think that, you know, he's in a feud with Roman. I think we've seen historically that Usos, Jacob, people like that are going to get involved and help Roman. We know that Jacob's like, I love you, Roman, right now. I think Solo made a really good point when he said, I can help you. You know, I'm not going to cheat for you. He didn't say I can, you know, attack Roman for you. He was just like, you know, the bloodline are going to get involved. You know, I can be there, just like how you helped Cody at WrestleMania 40 because of the numbers. I can do that for you. And, you know, Seth didn't go, yes. He was like, let me think about it. Because I think the concern is, can you trust Solo? Is he secretly working for the bloodline? Will he attack Roman? And again, if he attacks Roman first when there was no one else getting involved, that's going to diminish a Seth win. So I think Seth was right to say, let me think about it. So I ain't got a problem with none of that. Then Jacob comes down, who's in Roman's group bloodline. And yeah, I mean, look, you can question the super kick. But it's not like a heelish move for me. You know, Roman is feuding with Seth. So a super kick to Jacob, little message to the bloodline. Not down on it. They're feuding at the moment. And actually, I think it could be setting up a feud after SummerSlam. I won't be shocked if Seth moves into a program with Jacob after SummerSlam. I don't think he wins the belt. I think Roman retains, and I could see a Seth-Jacob feud after. But I can understand the super kick being questioned because it was unprovoked. But I think because Seth's in a feud with Roman and because I think there is a legitimate concern that Jacob's going to help Roman win, I think that's why I'm all right with Seth kind of delivering that message. Don't mess around with me. I'm not here to play games. Joe has got Dominic up in the air. Sign in the crowd said, I came here to see Michael Cole. Suplex there by Joe. Joe unloading on Dom. Dom goes back against the ropes. Over the other side. Dominic holds on to the rope. Kicks out there at Joe. Joe charging over. Goes through the ropes. To the outside. Dirty Dom with a suicide dive. Gets caught there by Joe. Joe picking up Dom. On his shoulders. Boom! On to the announce table. Joe goes over, grabs Dirty Dom, throws him back in the ring. Liv comes over, grabs Joe. Into the ring post. Into the ring post. Danhausen coming down. Liv getting quite a bit of heat from the crowd. Here is Danhausen. Yeah, how many times is he going to tell us she's cursed? He told us she was cursed yesterday. He cursed them all earlier today. She's already cursed. She hits Danhausen. Danhausen goes back up the entrance, right? Much good he was. Blimey hell. Came strutting down like Vince. When she hit him and he's gone away. Is he going to return with some help? Daze, did you hear what Paige said on Nikki and Brie? My heart was never in AEW. I'm a WWE girl. Well, that's good. I mean, like, maybe that's true. Or I don't know. I don't know if she's saying that because I don't think her time there was very good. Perhaps it is true that she just wasn't settled. She didn't feel comfortable. I think she was comfortable in WWE. I think, she came through the NXT system. I think that allowed her to kind of get her feet under the table. She came up to the main roster. She had a good relationship with AJ. I think there probably was some really good support in place for her as well. There probably wasn't really any of that for her in AEW. So it probably is true, actually. Probably is true. I think she could have got there if she'd stayed longer, and I don't know where she was. I mean, she's been through so many things in her life. Mentally, I don't know what headspace she was in when she was in AEW, but yeah, I could believe it. I don't really take that as being like, oh, AEW sucks, WWE's great. I take it a little bit more like, I suppose in a way it's like, working in a store like, I did in retail and loving it. And then for whatever reason, there's like, cuts, you lose your job. And then you go to a different place and, you just don't know people. You haven't got those memories. You haven't got the same friends that you had, and it just feels a bit different. Maybe you don't really enjoy it as much as the other player. Like, it's not really a reflection of that new place. I'm sure that as a store is still great, or as a company is still great. But she's probably, got a lot of friends, got a lot of memories, got a bit of a support network. Think about behind the scenes with the makeup artists and, just people backstage, runners, producers. Probably does feel like a home. So, but equally, I don't think she was brilliant in AEW. And maybe that was part of the reason why, because of not feeling comfortable. So, interesting. I've convinced myself that if Asuka returns at Survivor Series as the 5th person for War Games, but I could be wrong, said Austin. I'd like to see Asuka back. Still don't really know why she's gone, but it would be nice to get her back. Zaya said, are you going to watch Unreal tomorrow? I will, yeah. I'll watch it. I don't know if I'll do a big video on it. I found Series 2 to not quite be as engaging as Series 1. I thought Series 1 was... I suppose it was quite shocking because it was new. So Series 1 was quite impactful. Series 2 I didn't find hit me as hard. I don't know about Series 3. Maybe there'll be some interesting bits in there that we'll learn. But again, I've heard that not everything you see in Unreal is true. Some of it is exaggerated or put on just for the show, you know. Shot coming in there by Joe. Right, this match still underway right now. Danhausen came down, but as we said, he's gone away again. Got about 50 minutes left on this show. Joe with a kip up. And he's going to do the turnarounds. There it is. There it is. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Dom. That almost puts Mysterio away. Joe stomping away. Liv jumps up. Tries to distract. She does. Dominic managing to get back in. Looking for DDT. Coming off the ropes. Joe down. Dominic down. Asuka said she was leaving due to personal family related issues. But there's no time frame about how long she may return, said Steve. Steve, I hope you're well, buds. Jennifer, hello. Restaurant said Asuka's presence is surely missed. Oh, hello. Danhausen returns with his Danhausen mobile, and in there with him is Io. Io. Danhausen's doing it as well. Ah, that's good. That's fun. Io comes running down. We've definitely turned up the Danhausen presence. Been more Danhausen on this show than usual. Ah! Io hurling Liv into the side of the LED board. Liv going into the ring. That's a good moment. I like it. Io. Oh, God, her balance is so impressive. Io jumped up on the ropes and the ropes wobbled, and she kind of did that on the rope. Right, just momentarily before she jumped. I'm telling you, there's a lot of people in that moment that would have slipped. So a lot of people in that moment where they would have gone, but she was like wobbling on the rope with it. The Danhausen death drop connects. I mean, there is a match still going on. How there's still a match going on, I'm not too sure. But there is a match. And as a result, Joe picks up the win. What a bad night for the Judgment Day, says Michael. So, get your thoughts in. What do you score that match between Joe and Dominic? We had Danhausen involved. We had Io involved. Danhausen death drop. The triple D. I don't think you could have possibly pieced together a more annoying or irritating finish for that match, said LS Dub. Alex said, Jesus Christ, that was something. Jeremy said, Raw is so great. Jojo Girl said, that was all time. Tribalist said, what a bad night for wrestling. Dave said, Dave Housen is here. Hello, Dave. TJF said, I can't stop laughing at the cameraman running into Liv and Io. Okay, we're seeing a recap from yesterday. What went down on that kickoff show. Last night, your mask slipped. Little bit of heat starting to come into Cody and CM Punk. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight taking on Jacob Fatu. That's going to be our next match. I did like the EO moment. I mean, I like that bit. I like Danhausen coming back with EO because he needed someone to deal with Liv. It did make the in-ring action a bit secondary, but I wasn't massively grabbed by Joe and Dominic anyway, to be honest. So that bit was okay, though. Depends if you cared about the match, doesn't it? If you cared about the match, I'd imagine you was not crazy about EO coming out, but I kind of like the visual of her in the car doing that. Sign in the crowd said Maxine sold out. And talking to Maxine, here is Maxine with the Vision. Logan sees that sign. I think he tries to rip it up. So we are at commercial break. The Vision are with Byron. The show has been Danhausen, video packages, and Fanatics Fest, said Jake. Has been a lot of Fanatics Fest. Yeah, I agree. Don't need it. I mean, I get it. I mean, they work obviously very closely with Fanatics, so I mean, they're going to really heavily promote it, but I don't need it. I get it. I get that it happened this weekend. I don't need like 5 or 6 different video packages about it. Okay. Daze, how are you? Said Reese. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm just putting the kids to bed by watching the stream. Fantastic stuff. Reese, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, we're doing good. I think a little bit of a mixed bag in regards to how people are feeling about the show. We don't really have, I don't think we've got any great scores. So I don't know, so I do think this is a very strange episode of Raw. We have had Seth, but I mean, there's been no Roman, no Brock, no Becky. Obviously, there's no Punk or Cody. Bron Breakker obviously is just in a tag thing. He doesn't really feel like a focus. We have had Oba, and we have seen Seth. Next week. So, looks like we might be building towards Alpha Academy taking on the Vision next week. But Logan said, I promise you, you won't be anywhere near the titles. So it looks like it's probably going to be a non-title affair. Isn't it clear? The Vision is clear and she is mine. Right, Reese said, it's a pleasure to be part of the community. Are we going to have a WEP on Thursday? Well, I hope so. I mean, I was ready to do one last week, but to be honest with you, I'm certainly not down if ever Tommy says he can't make it, because there's been obviously occasions where I've not been able to make it as well. So the only difference is if I don't make it, you still get a show because Tommy can host it. And obviously can bring on, you know, William or Edward or Casey or, you know, whoever, right? So if I don't make it, it doesn't necessarily mean the show doesn't happen. But if he can't make it, then, well, the software that we use and all of that stuff, he runs it. So, yeah, there wasn't one, which was a bit of a shame. I didn't know until, like, an hour or so before. Not his fault, though. In all fairness to Tommy, he did send me a message, an email earlier in the day, but I just never saw it. So, you know, it happens. It's fine. But, yeah, I'm expecting to be Thursday for a Wrestling Escape Pods. Don't know what it's going to look like. I always go into them never knowing what to expect. Chaos. That's probably the best thing to expect. So, yeah, hopefully. Austin said the web days when the stuff was pre-recorded and Tommy and Daze were in the chat. Yeah, they were good. They were good. I kind of like the pre-recorded ones, but I don't know. I think people kind of like the chaos of, you know, people coming on now. Tommy seems to be quite up for bringing people on, guests on, so which I don't mind, obviously. Oh, hello, breaking news. Danhausen, Dominic, done. Danhausen, Dominic has been added. That is going down at SummerSlam. Corey said, this is unfair to AAA. It's unfair to the Mega Championship. Next week, we've got a face-to-face. Roman, Seth. Roman definitely got the better of the verbal exchange, in my opinion, last time. Can Seth get the better next time? We've got the graphic as well for Vision against Alpha Academy. That is apparently a non-title affair. Next Monday as well, we've got Sol Ruka taking on Raquel. Intercontinental Championship is going to be on the line. And also Joe Hendry, Danhausen concert. Weigh-in? It's going to be a weigh-in? There's going to be an Oberbrock weigh-in? It's been a while since we had a weigh-in segment. Next week's all our go-home stuff, innit? Go-home show next week. Okay, LA Knight coming out then. Is this our final match? Is this like our main event match tonight? Main event time, said Jojo. Seems, is it a bit early? We've still got 9 minutes until we get to the net, and then we always tend to go 20 minutes, half an hour. LA Knight getting in the ring. They're going to do that match again with Sol and Raquel, said James. Is this going to go 40 minutes, said Guitar Crow? It's a good question, that is, Buds. Even I'm kind of scratching my head at it. Does seem a bit early for the main event. Perhaps this is the final match, but perhaps there's a final segment, or... Ah. Is this going to be one of those matches where it's a singles match that turns into a tag match? We've done that before, haven't we? People come down and it's a singles match, and then, like, you know, Adam Pearce comes out and goes, you know, let's do it right now. Tag match gets made. Are we doing that? Oh, my favourite. My absolute favourite was we did a singles match that turned into a tag match that then turned into a 6-person tag. We've done it that way, where it's just got bigger and bigger. I'd love a whole episode of Raw where it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. By the end, it's like a battle royal. Okay, in the ring, we've got LA Knight. He's going to say a few words first. He says, in a few weeks, 6-man tag. But correct me if I'm wrong. Now, you're out here talking about helping Seth? Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns at SummerSlam makes me sick. That gets OTC chants going. I think he wanted LA Knight chants instead. Roman has conned you. You used to boo Roman out the building year after year. Ooh, that's a good line. I'm everything he ever wanted to be. I'm everything everyone back there wanted him to be, but he couldn't. It's a bridge too far to help some cross-eyed half-wit. I think this is one of his stronger promos. Little stumble. It's okay. Try as you do, try as you might. Whatever you do, you cannot stop LA Knight. I'm going to smack you back to factory settings. That's a nice line. Okay. Not a bad promo, said Jennifer. A bit dry, said Jason. Couple of lines in there I like, though. I'm going to smack you back to factory settings. I also like I'm everything Roman wanted to be. Because it is true, actually. When he was a babyface and he was getting booed out the building, he was desperate. I mean, they brought The Rock out at 2015 Royal Rumble to try and get the crowd cheering. You know, here's LA Knight coming out as a babyface, getting good reactions. That is what Roman wanted. You know, Roman obviously had to go heel, kind of join up with Heyman to kind of become the even bigger star that he became. So there is some truth, actually, to what LA Knight is saying there about how I'm everything Roman wanted to be. The Roman kind of in the 2010s, a loved babyface. So I kind of like that as well. Few little pops in there, few little moments in there. It's probably one of his better promos, honestly. Sometimes I'm critical of his promos because his delivery is good. He's got his catchphrases. People love joining in with those. He always talks with confidence. And to be honest, if you can say stuff with confidence, it doesn't even really matter what you're saying. People just love the delivery. They love the confidence. And I do find sometimes he's lacking in substance, in content. A couple of lines in there that I did like, though. Still a bit dry for some, though, maybe. Either way, it's time for the match. It is time for LA Knight against Jacob. LA Knight versus Jacob. And I suppose I'm sat here right now wondering what the thumbnail's going to be. Yeah, that is a problem. What is the big, you needed to watch this show? We're 2 hours in now. What's the big talking point? Is it Solo and Seth? I don't know. Perhaps we get some in this last half an hour. The charisma between these two is off the charts, said Jadam. A promo battle would go so hard. You needed to watch the show to see the cameraman hit Livaneo, says Austin. Well, we got that from it. Okay, right now, Jacob. Kick coming in. Overhand there by LA Knight. We are underway with this match. So, you lot said that Joe Dominic was good 88. You said the Rusev Ethan tag match was good 94. Seth Solo segment you said was good 90. JD Ober was good, but we didn't score it 'cause, I mean, it was just all of a few minutes. Danhausen segment, good 82. Opening match, good 92. I actually thought the opening match was pretty fun. The crowd were really electric for it. But, yeah, not great scores tonight. Not great scores. Shots coming in there by LA Knight, unloading on Jacob. Clothesline. Against the ropes, LA Knight comes down on Jacob. I think I know what the thumbnail's going to be. It just popped in my head. I don't know where my phone is, though. Where the hell's my phone? How the hell am I going to make a thumbnail if I ain't got my phone? Oh, Jesus Christ. Where's that gone? LA Knight in the corner. Perhaps I've left it upstairs. Well, that makes me sad. I'll have to work on the thumbnail after we've done the breakdown video. Did I drop it on the floor or something? Where the hell's my phone? Jacob charging over. LA Knight jumps out the ring. His leg gets wrapped around the ring posts. Hello, Lisa. Says Amelia's 11 months old and doing great. 11 months. Oh, my God. That's actually borderline depressing how quickly that's gone by, Lisa. I feel like it should be about 3 months, not 11. But that's great news, Lisa. Glad to hear that things are going well, and I hope everything's going well with you as well. 11 months. It's mental, isn't it? I feel like we do these streams and just time goes by and life just is going by and... Jacob with a suicide dive. LA Knight goes down. Daze, I want to come on the web, but it's impossible because of the app. It just doesn't work on my phone or laptop, said Sonny. I don't know. You have to ask Tommy. I wonder if there's like a different kind of bit of software that can be used. I think there's a few people that struggle with it. I mean, look at like every time Fanny comes on, she always has technical problems. I mean, her job is doing video calls with people and teaching them how to speak a different language. One thing I would imagine she's got decent, connection is one thing I'd imagine. Her Wi-Fi is not bad, but yet she always has trouble. I actually watched part of an episode back, and I do these streams all the time. I don't glitch out. As soon as I go on to that, though, I'm freezing and like all this kind of stuff. I do wonder if there is an issue with that Riverside stuff. I don't know. I think the technical problems are a real barrier for the web. So I'm actually in agreement with you. I don't think how is it I can stream here, but then on that stuff it just freezes. Through the ropes goes LA Knight. Jacob into the commentary table. Jacob again into the commentary table. Shot coming back. Oh, Fatu. Boom! Into the ring steps. Jacob into the ring posts. LA Knight coming over. People online just talking about the fact we haven't had a women's match on this show tonight. Right now we got Jacob being smashed into the ring steps. LA Knight coming off the edge of the ring. Down goes Jacob. LA posing away. The match has been all right to start with until the interruptions have been coming, says Zaya. What is the main event, said Bishop? We think it's this. We think it's this. WrestleRant said, I don't know why this match is happening. Neither guy should be losing. Against the ropes. Bang. Back elbow. Down goes LA Knight. EO in the Danhausen mobile should be the thumbnail, said RTX. That was a fun moment, actually. Okay, right now, Jacob looking under the ring. I like LA Knight, but he's a bit boring and generic, said Let Him In. James said, I'm sure NXT will have 1,000 women's matches. They should do. They got an amazing women's division, so. Jacob grabbing table, but he puts it back under the ring. That gets boos from the crowds. Jacob grabbing the table. But puts it back. I don't know what the point of all of that was. What was the point in going round, grabbing a table, and then putting it back again? I mean, he's given LA Knight loads of time to recover here. Now the fans are chanting, we want tables. Jacob's going under the ring again. What is this? What is he getting a drink? What's going on? We've got a hydration break. We've got a flipping hydration break during a match. God damn it. Who booked this FIFA? He does. He does seem a bit agitated. Fatu sent on him down there on LA Knight. I tried to tell his punk ass. Okay. I mean, he does seem in a bad mood. Right now, we got LA Knight in the one corner. Boom, colliding him. LA Knight down. Jacob in control. Jacob in the ring. Standing over LA Knight. Looking around. Pace of this a little slow. 1, 2. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Why stand around looking at the crowd and then go for the pin? He has really slowed the pace down. Are we going to get Evolution with the women only this year, said RTX? Don't think so. The one last year was the lowest viewed, least viewed special that they did, PLE that they did. And actually, the one in 2018 did really bad views as well, which is why it took so many years to get back to doing a second one. So, no word of another one. I think we'll probably do it one day. It's just that day is not today. Although it would be weird if we were doing it today because we've already got Raw, you know. So, charging over. Boom! Into the ring post goes Jacob. Net breaker there by LA Knights. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out by Jacob. Jacob is, we got spittle coming out of his mouth. He's knocked himself silly. On the outside, LA Knight climbing up. LA Knight gets kicked. Comes crashing down. LA Knight on that top turnbuckle. Jacob. Elbow drop to the back there. LA Knight flops in the ring. Going for a cover to shoulder up. Shoulder up by LA Knight. Yeah. Brony said, tonight feels like a go-home show. It's been bad. Carla said, you see that elbow into the spine? I don't know that there's any damage that's been done or anything here. Fatu is climbing up. Shot coming in there by LA Knight. Another shot coming in. Right now we've got Jacob in the corner. LA Knight. Unload him. LA Knight is up. Big superplex. Jacob going for a ride there. That was quite nice, actually. Kind of took them a while to get to that. But we got there. We got there. Here's Jimmy. Jimmy coming down. Jimmy has made his way down. I don't believe we've seen Jimmy so far tonight. He's kind of backing up against the timekeeper's area. Of course, Solo's going to be there. Solo. Unloading on Jimmy. We got Solo and Jimmy out there. They're brawling away. Oh, down goes Solo. Jacob getting back in the ring. Jimmy down at ringside. Solo down at ringside. Shots coming in by LA Knight. Jacob against the ropes. Shots coming in. LA Knight in control. Jacob grabbing him, reversing. Over the other side. Samoan drop. No. Kick coming in. BFT. LA Knight. Jimmy distracts. LA Knight not getting the win here. Royce Keys is here now. Are we going to get Jay? We haven't seen Jay in a while. We got Solo. Oh my God, Michael Cole having to move out the way. Here's Jay. Here's Jay. Here's Jay. Jay coming down. Don't know if he's coming down the entranceway or if he's going to be popping up. Oh, he's come through the crowds. Royce gets caught. Gets marked. Kicks coming in. Jay and Royce are getting into it. Royce goes into the timekeeper's area. LA Knight through the ropes. Jay goes down. All these men are going to meet at SummerSlam. Kick coming in there by Jacob. LA Knight. Boom. Planted. Jacob going up looking for a moonsault. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Jacob wins. Solo's in. He's unloading on Jacob. I cannot figure this out. Like, it's only 13 minutes past, so... Big spear there by Jay. Royce Keys is in. Usos working together. Royce Keys gets the better, though. Jacob, Royce. These two exchanging blows. Jacob and Royce unloading on each other. Jacob against the ropes. Spinebuster by Royce. Spinebuster. Super kicks coming in. Bang. Yeah, 1D, Michael Cole. He just yelled 3D. It's a 1D. What a silly Billy. They're completely different moves. What a silly guy. Imagine confusing a 1D with a 3D. What an idiot. Shots coming in. Everyone's down. Well, right now, the Usos, big splash on LA Knight. And it's going to be the Bloodline that's standing tall here. Jacob has still got spittle all in his beard now. Are we ending early? What's happening? Yeah, we are. Credits are coming up. LA Knight is, all right, casual Monday. Just going to end like 5 minutes early. To be honest, we normally get to at least 20 past. Sometimes we get to half past. This is 15 minutes past. What's this? What's going on? Well, there we go. 15 minutes. They really just don't care tonight, says Daryl. Yeah, this is not a vintage episode of Raw. I think it's a very strange episode of Raw. I think whenever you open up with a match rather than a segment, it always feels a little weird because we're so used to opening with a segment. Plus, also, Seth was announced for being in the opening segment. And someone somewhere has made a late change. I don't know why, but they have. I thought the opening match was still fun and fast-paced. But, and the pace of the show was quite good. We were kind of going, this was connecting to that. That was setting up a match. We'd then go to the match. And, the pacing was not too bad. Promo segments were kept a bit shorter than usual. There was more maybe wrestling on this show. Maybe a little lack of star power. I mean, there was no Rhea, there was no Becky. I know not everyone's on Raw. But there was no Brock, there was no Roman, there was, we did get Seth, we did get Oba. I don't know if you class Jay as a big star. I don't know if you class EO as a big star, but just felt like there was elements missing. It felt strange. It felt like we've been forced into changing the show for some reason. I don't know. Felt like a fair bit of mid-card stars being sort of focused on is what it felt like to me. Ended a bit earlier than usual as well. Yeah, I'm trying to get my head around some thoughts. Trying to figure out like what the flip this was. Was it them trying something new and trying a different presentation? Was there a bit of backstage drama that's going to come out that they were forced into some changes? Did they have some plans fall through? Did someone get injured, or is there some illness, or I don't know, is this just where we are right now? Don't know. No women's match. I don't even think there was a women's segment. We did get, like, I don't know, what did we get? We did have, like, EO and Liv on the show. I think that will get a bit of talking as well, It's a very weird show. It's a very different show. It's not like, I don't know. I don't know why we've done it. Daze, if Rock does end up fighting Roman at Mania, what is it going to mean for people like Oba, Gunther, Braun, Sammy, Seth, and Knight? As I'm sure either Punk or Cody will be the other champ then. Well, it will mean that WrestleMania is the absolute biggest show it can be, and it will probably mean that viewing figures will go through the roof, and it will probably mean that they stand as good a chance as they can to convince people to get on a plane and go to Saudi Arabia to say that they saw that match live. So it would mean all of those things. It would mean a bigger WWE, a more impactful WWE, and hopefully we can convince those people around for those stars that you've named to then capitalize. So hopefully it would mean that it wasn't just a one-off massive show. Hopefully it would mean it would bring in the most amount of viewers and we would try and keep some of those viewers around. So hopefully, ultimately, it would mean really good things for those people. Let him in said Daze Solo is wanting to help Seth go against Roman. So why is LA Knight complaining? If Seth is wrong trusting Solo, then LA Knight should be happy to let him crash and burn. Yes, I don't mind Solo offering his help to Seth. I am with you, though, in the sense of I don't really get why LA Knight would have a problem with it. We can all sort of see, you know, if anything, it should be helping LA Knight feel like he can trust Solo. Because Solo is basically saying, you know, you don't like the bloodline. I don't like the bloodline. If you need my help, I'm willing to give it to you. So if I'm LA Knight, I'd be looking at that going, okay, good. I'm glad he doesn't like the bloodline. You know, this makes me feel like I can trust him. Because I think we could understand LA Knight struggling to trust Solo, considering Solo has only just come out of the MFTs, considering he is blood with Roman and Usos and Jacob and all of that. So I could understand there being trust issues, but Solo offering his help to Seth, unless someone can tell me otherwise, shouldn't massively be a problem for LA Knight. So, yeah, that part of the promo, I agree. I was a bit like, I'm not really following this. It feels like we're just trying to cause a bit of issue and tension for no real reason here. So, yeah, that wasn't really like that wasn't a high spot for me. We know that LA Knight was not going to win there. You know that already. Nothing new against the bloodline, said Carlos. Trenton said, I think this is the worst show of the year. I think it's one of the weakest Raws. Sol Ruka, Lyra, Raquel were on the show. Sol Ruka, Lyra, Raquel were on during commercial breaks. Ladies had a lot of matches on Friday and Saturday. Those appearances were interviews done with Byron, and they appeared during commercial breaks. So for those that went to commercial, they won't have seen them. And a lot of it was to set up stuff for next week. So I'm not going to make a massive deal out of it, because I think it's all right if you don't have women on the show for a week. Or if we did an all-women's show and there was no men on the show. I think it's noteworthy. If we did an all-women's one and there was no men's matches, we would be like, that was weird. But so I think it's noteworthy, but I don't think it's like, let's make a mountain out of a molehill type situation, which I'm sure is going to happen. But we know that next week we do have Raquel going up against Sol Ruka. And Lyra obviously is kind of around Sol. There's plenty of women's matches that have been booked coming up for SummerSlam. So I don't think there's an issue. I don't think there's like, you know, we're abandoning women's wrestling. But you know, as well as I do, there will be people out there that are going to make this into a massive deal. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to see it every week. I love watching women's wrestling. I think the women are a massive part. Not being able to find more room for them on a 2.5 hour show, I think it's right to mention. But, yeah, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. Daze, it felt like this Raw got pieced together just minutes before the show, even like a tape show. You wouldn't think there was 2 weeks before SummerSlam. Maybe Fanatics Fest, Saturday night's main events, had them take the night off. I don't know. I'm not disagreeing with you. It felt weird, felt strange. I think there are a few reasons for that. I think it's very hard to sort of pinpoint down exactly why. I think the lack of women on the show probably also made it feel weird. I think there's a lack of star power on the show. I think not starting with a big name, not ending with a big name. You can debate Jay. You can debate LA Knight. You can debate Jacob. You know, you can debate how big these are, star power wise. But I mean, it's not Punk or Cody or Roman or Brock or, you know, it's none of those. And, you know, if you want to end with this, it's fine. But, like, we didn't even open the show with anything, like, really big. It just felt different, felt weird. I can't tell if it's because it was pieced together, but I think it is very interesting. They said that Seth was going to open the show. And then today we get to the show and he doesn't. But he is still on the show. But his segment was quite short. And I can't quite work out why. It might just be they just felt like this was the right thing to do. Perhaps in execution, it hasn't quite achieved what they thought it would. Perhaps they're happy with it. I just don't know. I find myself feeling like it's one of the weirder Raws that I've seen. I feel like there's a few reasons why it was weird. It just doesn't quite fit the template of a normal episode. And as we said, the lack of women's wrestling, the lack of women's kind of presence. We still got some backstage like segments. There wasn't loads of sort of backstage stuff, but we still got, you know, the occasional bit. Definitely felt more in-ring focused, more time for wrestling maybe. I don't know if this is a one-off or a reframing, or I think this is probably a one-off. I don't think this is the new template of what they're going to be doing going forwards. But yeah, if it felt a little weird, a little different, a bit strange, I do share in that. And I suppose I'm talking about it so much because I'm about to do a breakdown and I'm trying to figure out my thoughts, trying to figure out exactly why it felt so strange. And I think it's a mixture, actually. I don't think it is just one thing. Okay, let's get the score down for LA Knight Jacob. I also think a lot of the segments and stuff just sort of washed over us and didn't really land. Genuinely, there's probably, you know, a big question mark around. I do actually know what I want to do for the thumbnail, but there probably is a bit of a question mark around, yeah, what is it? What is that OMG moment here? I'm going to go 7 at the end, said AB. I know they're doing the Relive Tomorrowland stream. I don't know what you're on about, but 7 from AB. Do we think the women should get their own show, said Rapturous? No. I don't mind if we did an all-women show, but I wouldn't really want to be taking them from Raw or SmackDown. So, I mean, if you wanted to do another brand and you wanted it to be an all-women's brand, I don't have a problem with that. But I wouldn't be taking them from Raw and SmackDown. I think it's right that they're kind of, you know, mixed together. So, no, I think this is just a one-off where they've not appeared, which is a bit strange. Video Watcher said there was also a SmackDown in early May when Rhea was active that was almost all women's matches. Well, I'm sure we said the same thing then as well. You know, if it was all women's matches, again, I wouldn't make a mountain out of it. I'd just be like, bit weird that it's been all women, but you're probably going to get that once in a blue moon. And just like how today has been all men's matches, probably more likely that you're going to have a show with all men's matches because we know the women aren't quite at that level. I mean, we don't get to WrestleMania really thinking that the women are going to main event night 2. We don't really get to the Royal Rumble thinking the women's Rumble's going to close the show. You know, when you look at the amount of promotion they put into Roman, Seth, Oba, Brock, you know, there's considerably, I'd say Cody, CM Punk and everyone, you know, that all of that is much more hyped and seems to be getting better numbers than Liv, EO, or, you know, whatever we were going to be doing with Rhea. So I think we can see that the women are not still being presented at the same level of the men. There's definitely more work to be done. In fact, I mean, where are the women at the moment? Maybe 25%, 30%. I know that Stephanie said she's got a dream that one day it'll be 50-50. It'll be a true 50-50. Half of WrestleMania, half of the shows will be women, the other half will be men, and it'll be a real debate as to what main events. You know, is it going to be the women's world title, the men's world title, the women's WWE championship, the men's, you know, some years the women main event Rumble, main event Money in the Bank, main event SummerSlam. Sometimes it's the men. We're nowhere near that yet. We're nowhere near that. I mean, if you historically look at the amount of times women have main evented WrestleMania, I think it's what, twice? WrestleMania 35, WrestleMania 37. I don't think Rhea has ever main evented WrestleMania, which is head scratching, to be honest. So I think we've got to be honest that, yeah, look, where are we? 80-20 men? Maybe 75-25 men? So it's probably not as unusual that we have an all-men show compared to an all-women show. But I think it's all right to still not call it out, but sort of mention it, because I ain't making a mountain out of it. But, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. You know, I could have took a women's match here. To be honest, the women tend to put in some of the best work. Perhaps that's what we've really missed on this show, is their presence, you know. Anyway, whatevs, yeah. I'm going to say a rare miss for Raw, which has been very good this year. Score-wise, not sure. I get that WWE need to fill commercials, but could we find time to sell us on Soul Lyra on TV? Lyra did a great post-match angle. We didn't follow up on it, says Big Time. She was good in her interview, actually. She was good today. I thought she was good with Soul, so I wouldn't have been down if that had made it for TV. That would have been fine. Would have been good. I mean, unfortunate that I still get to watch it, but yeah, it's well, she was good. This character, this new presentation, I think it's really good. Word Live Cena fan said, Daze, with Jon Moxley's AEW contract ending in October 2027, could we see him return for the Rumble in 28? It could also extend, couldn't he? So, I mean, yes, you could, because if his contract is allowed to expire or he chooses to expire it, I'm sure WWE would come in for it, because there's lots of feuds he can have. They can redo the Shield. There's lots of history to dig into. Absolutely, WWE would be interested. But I don't think he is interested in WWE, because he is someone that loves the bloods, the hardcore matches, going extreme. You're just not going to be able to do that in WWE. So I think he prefers being Jon Moxley over Dean Ambrose. So I don't know, does he have one more run to make a bit of money and, you know, maybe reunite with the Shields and whatever? Maybe. But equally, I think we could see him sign a contract extension with AEW again. I wouldn't be shocked if he just saw his career out with them, because I think he really does enjoy being with them and kind of working with them. Daze, we haven't seen a woman. So the things they're doing now, because in the past we objectified them, we never gave them the spotlight to perform to this level. No, it's true. And, you know, they can. They're brilliant. Shock. You know, we've made a lot of progress. Let's not, you know, throw the baby out with the bathwater type thing. The women now are in a much better place than they've ever been, you know. Rumbles, War Games, Money in the Bank, Elimination Chamber, regular matches, multiple matches on WrestleMania, SummerSlam. I mean, they deserve it. I'm not saying that, you know, this is stuff they don't deserve or they should be grateful for it. I'm just saying that we are undeniably in a better place than we have been. Progress has been made, but more progress needs to be made as well. And so, yeah, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. It's really not a problem to do a show that's all men for as a bit of an exception. But as I said, I'm already prepared for people to make this out to be a massive talking point. Blue Frog said, I saw on AAA that Damian Priest has been added to one of their tournaments. Maybe Priest and Truth are going to drop the tag titles to Enzo and Big Cass. Maybe they could do. Damian is seemingly about to spend a bit more time in AAA going forward. So, yeah, could do. The talent is there with the women's division. I just think the creative isn't. They've got 50, 60-year-old boomers writing the stories. We see how they're piecing together Io, Liv, Jade, and Charlotte. Well, that's not true, actually, because the head writer for Raw is a woman, and she is in her 40s, I think. 30s, 40s. I think it's 40s. She strikes me as being 40s, but she might be 30s, I don't know. So I know that she certainly is the lead writer of Raw, and I would imagine that she, is, quite obviously pro the women. So this is why I don't buy into these conspiracy theories and things along those lines. Maybe there could be a bit more representation in the creative writing room for women. But, the lead writer for Raw is female, and I don't think there's been many complaints really up to this point. I don't have any issues with the women. I think we've made progress. I think we've got more progress to make. And, yeah, I'm not going to make this out like it's a big deal. It's a one-off show. Daze, could Lola get moved to AAA? Not moved permanently. She's already doing a lot of work with them. So I don't expect her to go there permanently. I think her next stop will be main roster. I think they'll still continue to use her for AAA, like Penta, like Dominic, like Damien. I mean, I don't think Damien's done with the main roster. I just think he's also doing AAA on the side. Right, with that being said, we are done. I'm going to go and do the breakdown. I'm going to go and do the opinions video. Appreciate people joining us. I know this show didn't set the world on fire, but I don't know. I'm going to try and gather my thoughts together, and I'm going to see what we score this show, because I don't know, to be honest. It's probably not going to be great, but, well, we'll see. Let's see. Let's see what comes out of the breakdown. Let's see what comes out of the opinions videos. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow with NXT. Very much looking forward to that. And we are building towards a big AAA show this weekend. And, of course, we're building towards SummerSlam. So enjoy the rest of your evenings. I will see you next time.